Okay, good evening. We'll go ahead and begin the San Bruno City Council special meeting of June 9th, 2021, starting at 5:01 p.m. this evening. Can you please, City Clerk, take roll?
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina?
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Here.
And to note, Councilmember Mason is not yet present.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Are there any folks at this time who'd like an opportunity to speak up to 3 minutes for items not on the agenda, which are 2 items, San Bruno Community Foundation and going into the city manager's proposed budget? You could raise your hands at this time. Seeing no hands, we'll move on to item 4. There are 2 items here. First one is item A, adopt a resolution approving the San Bruno Community Foundation for the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. Is there any comments before we open this item to our to Leslie? Okay, then I'll go ahead and call on to welcome first Emily and Leslie. Thank you very much for both being here, and thank you. And whom would like to take over and present this evening?
I will kick off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, thank you for having me. My name is Leslie Hadamia, and I'm the Executive Director of the San Bruno Community Foundation, a position I've held for the last 6.5 years. And with me tonight is our Board President, Emily Roberts. We appreciate the opportunity to come before the Council today. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of our FY 21-22 budget, I'd like to share with you the highlights of the Foundation's past year, which is something that I've done every June since I've started. Once again, we've been very busy administering a broad array of programs that benefit the San Bruno community, utilizing the restitution funds that resulted from the tragic 2010 gas pipeline explosion. An overview of our current programs will provide helpful context for understanding our budget. As we approach the 11th anniversary of the explosion, it's worthwhile to reflect on the origins of the funds of the Foundation that the Foundation administers and the circumstances in which we find ourselves today. The Foundation was born out of disaster and tragedy, and it is important and appropriate that the Foundation step up and support our community in this current time of economic, public health, and social justice uncertainty and challenges. From the spring of 2020 to the spring of 2021, the Foundation has dedicated more than $750,000 to COVID-19 relief efforts in our local community. We've also dedicated ourselves to ensuring that we follow principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion in our operations, programs, and communications. Moreover, we are also taking time this year to reflect on how far we've come and where we are headed. So I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully I have the capabilities to do that. Let me recap the Foundation's past year by reviewing our COVID-19 relief efforts, other strategic initiatives, the Crestmoor Scholarship, and Community Grants Fund, and finally, the strategic planning process, which we're in the midst of right now. San Bruno is the city with the heart, as we all know, and as we saw with the gas pipeline explosion 11 years ago, this community is resilient and strong. The San Bruno Community Foundation is in the fortunate position of being able to provide assistance to important segments of our community that are in need. When we looked around to see how we could make a truly meaningful impact in the face of COVID-19, 2 areas that affect so many in our community stood out: our schools and our small businesses. Last spring, we kicked off our COVID relief efforts with a package of 5 grants totaling $500,000. The first COVID relief program we supported was back in April 2020 when the city and the San Bruno Education Foundation approached us about a joint effort to provide free internet access through San Bruno CityNet services to low-income San Bruno students. The Foundation contributed $10,000 to this effort, joining the city, the Rotary Club, and the Police Association on underwriting the cost of the program. The second program serving our public schools is the Teacher Laptop Initiative. When I reached out to the San Bruno Park School District's interim superintendent a year ago and asked her to identify the district's highest priority need that the foundation could help with, she quickly said new laptops for all of the district's teachers to support them in this new era of distance learning. She just said the district was primarily focused on making sure the students had the internet access and devices they needed to participate in distance learning. But what the district quickly discovered was that many of the teachers were also lacking suitable technology to support the transition to distance learning. Our $240,000 grant, the San Bruno Education Foundation, has ensured that every district teacher preschool through grade 8 received a new work MacBook this past school year. With regard to small businesses, we have taken a multi-pronged approach to assist San Bruno's lively and eclectic small business community as they attempt to survive the disastrous impacts of COVID-19. Last spring, the foundation provided a $150,000 grant to the San Mateo County Strong Small Business Grant Program. This grant enabled 15 small businesses in San Bruno to receive $10,000 grants to help them stay afloat. In the fall, we supported another countywide effort, the Child Care Relief Fund, with a $10,000 grant. With our funds, 2 large child care centers and 5 small home-based programs in San Bruno received grants. We also helped the Bay Area Entrepreneur Center of Skyline College launch the Small Business Recovery and Assistance Program with a $100,000 grant last spring, and we recently approved a second grant of $157,000 to enable the program to continue in 2021. The program offers no-cost financial advising, business consulting, tax preparation support, translation services, business tools, and a host of virtual workshops, as well as micro grants to assist small businesses with navigating funding programs, pivoting areas of their business, managing their new financial picture, and exploring and understanding their options going forward. The BAEC provided $4,000 micro grants to the first cohort of 16 San Bruno small businesses. Our second grant is enabling the BAEC to continue offering its workshops and coaching to a broad range of businesses, supporting a second cohort of 15 businesses with micro grants, and providing supplementary grant funding to the 16 businesses in the first cohort. We believe that the various COVID relief initiatives have made and continue to make a meaningful difference in San Bruno. Let me briefly highlight some of our other strategic initiatives. Of course, the most notable is the design and construction of the city's new Recreation and Aquatic Center, to which the foundation has committed $50 million. This decision to fund the project came through a thorough and thoughtful process the city conducted that included considerable community engagement and has had broad community support. As you know, we are funding the program through a series of individual grants covering different parts of the project. Thus far, we have approved 7 grants totaling about $9.5 million. Those are for conceptual design, architectural services, project and construction management, city compliance review, temporary facilities, strategic business plan development, and renovations to the Tom Lauer Field parking lot. Next week, we will consider the city's final and largest RAC grant request for construction of the facility, which will total about $40.5 million. We look forward to this momentous step in the process and to finally celebrating a groundbreaking in the coming months. Another key strategic partnership with the city has been the First Responder Effectiveness Strategic Initiative. As you recall, the first part of the initiative was a set of 3 projects aimed at enhancing the effectiveness of San Bruno's first responders: police mindfulness training, emergency shelter supplies, and critical facilities site assessments, action plans, and training. Then, after the April 2018 shooting at YouTube's headquarters, Google.org and employees of Google and YouTube contributed more than $300,000 to our first responder efforts, and in 2019, the board approved a grant to cover the acquisition and construction of a mobile command vehicle for the city using these funds. The city received the mobile command vehicle earlier this year, and we look forward to the city using this valuable resource in our community for years to come. A brief mention of our music education strategic initiative is worthy. This was originally envisioned as a 3-year, $500,000 investment to make music education a hallmark of San Bruno's public schools. Due to the challenges facing the school district with its leadership transition, as well as a challenging fundraising environment created by COVID-19, the foundation extended the initiative to a 4th year this past school year with $60,000 in additional funding to the San Bruno Education Foundation and an additional $8,000 to the Cappuccino High School Alumni Association to ensure that the schools and supporting organizations will be able to sustain the programs after the foundation funding sunsets. The CAP music program was able to use the funds this year, but because the vendor providing the San Bruno Park School District's elementary school program was not able to successfully adapt to the distance learning format, we extended their use of the final year of funds through the next school year, when we hope full-time in-person instruction will return. One final strategic grant I want to mention is the most recent grant the San Bruno Community Foundation Board has approved. Last week, the board approved a $150,000 grant to the Tanfran Assembly Center Memorial Committee to support the construction of the Tanforan Memorial at the BART station in San Bruno. As you probably know, during World War II, the U.S. Army converted what was then the Tanfran racetrack, and which is now the shops at Tanfran, into one of 17 assembly centers at which Americans of Japanese ancestry were interned, while more permanent internment camps in the inland U.S. were being built. From April 28th to October 13th, 1942, the Tanfran Assembly Center held nearly 8,000 Bay Area Japanese Americans, most of whom were American citizens, without trial or due process of law until they were shipped to the more permanent internment camps, most being sent to Topaz in Utah. Many of the internees were housed in barracks, many of which were converted horse stalls that still smelled of manure. The Tanfran Assembly Center Memorial Committee is spearheading the creation and installation of a permanent memorial outside the San Bruno BART station. Key features will include a bronze statue of 2 young girls headed off to be interned, a replica horse stall similar to what the internees lived in, and signs listing the names of the nearly 8,000 people interned there. They expect to begin construction of the memorial this summer. In approving the grant, the foundation board strongly noted that the Tanfran Assembly Center is an important, albeit infamous, part of San Bruno and American history that should not be forgotten, especially in the context of the racial justice awakening the country is now experiencing, and in light of the recent rash of violent acts against Asian and Pacific Island Americans that have been happening in the Bay Area and other parts of our country. We are extremely proud to be supporting this project with a major grant. In addition to our strategic grant making, we also run, as you know, 2 in-house programs. The first is the Community Grants Fund, which allows local community organizations to apply for grants of up to $25,000 each year. At the end of 2020, we awarded our 5th set of community grants, totaling $300,000, thanks in part to a generous donation from YouTube and Google.org. The 23 grants went to a diverse set of community groups, as you can see from the slide. Given the struggles so many in our community are having with basic needs in the face of COVID-19, many of the funded programs are social service programs: food delivery for seniors, food bank services for families, rental assistance for those at risk of homelessness, legal assistance for those facing eviction, etc. Other funded programs are education related, to supplement curriculum for K-12 education, to provide for the mental health needs of middle school students, and to help those attending community college to gain the skills they need to secure employment in our fragile economy. The city received 2 community grants this year. The first, for $10,000, is enabling the San Bruno Library to purchase more than 100 additional titles of popular e-book and e-audio materials available for San Bruno residents, and to provide curriculum support to the San Bruno Park School District through a 3-year Tumblebook subscription. The second grant, for $15,000, is supporting a fire line paramedic program through the purchase of life-saving tools and equipment to outfit 2 fire line paramedic kits and the implementation of training for the San Bruno Fire Department personnel. In addition, we have extended the 2019-2020 community grant to the city for the Narita Sister City Exchange program through the end of 2022, with the hope that the annual exchange will be able to take place in 2022 as pandemic conditions improve. We will launch our 6th cycle of the Community Grants Fund at the beginning of July, and the application deadline will be September 22nd. Our final program is the Crestmoor Neighborhood Memorial Scholarship, which we launched in 2016 to honor the community members who most directly endured the impacts of the 2010 gas pipeline explosion. The scholarship assists San Bruno students who have demonstrated a deep commitment to the San Bruno community with the cost of attending college. 1 week ago today, we awarded our 6th set of college scholarships totaling $195,000 to 13 impressive high school and community college graduates. We are especially grateful this year to the Welch family and the Joseph W. Welch Jr. Foundation, the San Mateo County Realtors Association Foundation, and Alan and Mary Lou Johnson for their generous donations totaling more than $78,000 to the program. We also thank all of those who were able to attend our scholarship presentation, which was still heartfelt even on Zoom, and especially Mayor Medina for congratulating the Crestmoor scholars on behalf of the city. One of our most significant developments this past year has been our strategic planning process. With the $50 million for the RAC likely to be paid out in the next 12 to 18 months, we felt it was appropriate and necessary to start thinking about and planning for the foundation's future once the RAC is completed. The RAC was the most significant initiative coming out of our community listening campaign in 2015, when the community told us loud and clear that a new community facility was its top priority for use of the restitution funds. Now, as we soon reach the point that the RAC grants will be fully paid out and our investment portfolio will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million, we wanted to retake the pulse of the community in terms of identifying community needs, assessing what has worked well, and developing a strategy going forward. To do this, we embarked on a 3-pronged strategic planning process that began this past December. December through February, the board participated in DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion training to examine internal biases and leanings and adopt practices that promote diversity, equity, inclusion in our decision-making processes and communications. Late February through April, we launched our Community Listening Campaign 2.0 to solicit from members of the community feedback on the Foundation's programs thus far and input on current community needs and a vision for the Foundation moving forward. Beginning in May and continuing through July, the board is now undertaking strategic planning deliberations to develop a forward-looking plan articulating the Foundation's program and investment strategies once the investment portfolio decreases after the RAC is funded, its role in the community, and the size and scope of its ongoing operations. At our first strategic planning session on May 12th, the board received 3 key presentations to lay the groundwork for our strategic planning deliberations. First, I provided a recap of the Foundation's origins, the Foundation's original 2015 listening campaign, and the program strategy and investment policies that resulted from that listening campaign. I reminded board members that in the settlement with PG&E, the City of San Bruno was required to set up the Foundation as a tax-exempt nonprofit entity to administer the restitution funds, and that the city was prohibited from adding the restitution funds to the general fund to pay for the regular ongoing operations of the city. I explained how the community's desire to use a significant portion of the restitution funds led to the Foundation's decision to set up a multi-pronged investment strategy with up to $55 million to be spent outright to fund at least one major community facilities project, other high-impact community initiatives, and operating expenses over the midterm. At the advice of our investment management firm, Sandhill Global Advisors, These funds were split into two accounts, most in the strategic pool, which is invested conservatively to preserve their value while potentially making modest investment gains. And the funds needed in the next year or so are put into the liquidity pool, which is held in cash, cash equivalents, and very low risk fixed income, so that the funds are available for use. The board also designated a $15 million quasi-endowment, following the traditional endowment strategy with a long-term time horizon. Until the strategic funds are used up, each year the board is to designate a quasi-endowment payout rate that would cover the cash needs of the Crestmoor Scholarship and Community Grants programs, while all other expenses would come out of the strategic pool, allowing the quasi-endowment to continue to grow. The initial $15 million level for the quasi-endowment was set as the minimum corpus needed to maintain the foundation over the long term, funding all program and operating expenses, with the assumption that staffing might need to be scaled back in the long term. I also reviewed the Foundation's program strategy framework, including the guiding principles, funding criteria, and three-bucket program approach that we established. Second, our lead consultant presented the report documenting the input we received during the Community Listening Campaign 2.0. He summarized the outreach and engagement methods utilized, the engagement questions, and participant demographics. He then presented summaries of the results from the listening campaign, including appreciations for the Foundation, process recommendations, and input on current community needs, investment strategies, and program strategies. He also summarized the town hall webinar reactions to the results, noting that there were some differences in emphasis and levels of importance regarding the community needs identified by the survey and focus group participants. Among the findings, he reported that community needs identified are those on the slide before you. I won't go into all in detail, but you see that they represent a broad cross-section of community needs. In terms of investment strategies, most participants believe that San Bruno Community Foundation should invest the remaining funds while also continuing to support the immediate needs of the community. They also voiced support for continued investment in all three major program areas: the scholarship, the community grants fund, and strategic grants. The full report is on our website if you are interested in reading that in detail. Finally, our Senior Investment Wealth Manager, Kristen Sun at Sandhill Global Advisors, provided a primer on quasi-endowments for the board, particularly the strategy of treating a portion of the remaining restitution funds as a quasi-endowment to leverage the funds and reap their long-term investment potential, thereby supporting the foundation in perpetuity. Her presentation covered the reasons why the foundation might want to set aside funds as a quasi-endowment, the potential trade-offs between putting funds in a quasi-endowment and designated funds for near-term one-time expenditures. Key principles in understanding endowments, the assumptions built into the quasi-endowment scenario model, sample quasi-endowment payout scenarios, and the benefits of a smoothing formula. She noted that under the model, the foundation could spend about 4.2% of the quasi-endowment balance and maintain the purchasing power of the national corpus over the long term. Under those assumptions, she showed us the projected long-term sustainable annual quasi-endowment payouts at various quasi-endowment levels. With all of this information, the Foundation Board has planned 2 additional strategic planning sessions, one on June 23rd and one on July 7th, to now make some decisions about the future program and investment strategies for the foundation. One of the key decisions will be whether the goal is to keep the foundation continuing into the future following an endowment model, and if so, the minimum level of funds the board wants to keep in the quasi-endowment to maintain a steady and sufficient annual income stream over the long term. The answer to these questions will also help us determine how much of the remaining funds the foundation can spend outright on immediate needs and opportunities. The board will also deliberate over the program strategy going forward, including the proportionate distribution of funds to community grants, the Crestmoor Scholarship, and various strategic initiatives. We anticipate some thoughtful and lively discussion at our next meeting. So that's the foundation of the last 12 months. I hope you'll agree that we've had another busy year in productive service to the San Bruno community. So I'd now like to move on to the budget itself. Before I provide a detailed account of the FY 21-22 budget, I think it's instructive to review the overall financial health of the organization. This chart provides a complete picture of the foundation's overall financial history and health and includes both the investment portfolio managed by Sandhill as well as other funds, including initial funds received from the restitution funds to support the foundation's operations prior to establishing our investment accounts, as well as donations we have received over the years, as those have not flowed through our investment portfolio. Our total initial assets actually came to closer to 70.5 million, rounded up to 71 million. That included the 69.8 million that was transferred to our Fidelity accounts in 2016, and about $700,000 that had been transferred from the city to us before that to help us pay our bills over the initial time period. The first transfer from Fidelity to our Wells Fargo accounts was in July 2016. And as I noted before, these are all very rounded figures. The investment gains on our investment portfolio are those funds that are held by Sandhill, and that's been about 18 million over the past 5-6 years. Donations and other income through the last quarter has been about $1 million. It's important to note that those have not flowed through our investment accounts, but they have been meaningful in our operating budget. Total funds dispersed, meaning those actually paid out, has been a little over 12 million. Total expenses over this time period has been closer to 16 million. But we had March 31, 2021 liabilities of 3.4 million, leaving a net distributed amount of about 12.4 million. Grants and scholarships hit our books as expenses when the grant agreements are executed or the scholarships are accepted. But many are not paid out in a single year. In fact, they're paid out over 2, 3, 4, or more years. And that's what results in our liabilities. In sum, the financial health of the foundation is very strong. The foundation has benefited from a robust stock market, even despite the turbulence created by the COVID-19 pandemic, prudent investment management by Sandhill and guidance from them as well, and solid fiscal management practices and policies by our board and staff. The fiscal year 2021-22 budget should be reviewed in the context of this overall financial picture. Our budget is not a typical nonprofit budget where the goal is for expenses to equal revenues. So I just want to go through some things about how our budget is a little unique. Most nonprofit budgets are income driven because the nonprofit is able to spend only that money that it's able to bring in that year. In contrast, as a result of our ample investment portfolio, the foundation's budget is expense driven. Our budgeted income consists primarily of transfers from our investment accounts, our quasi-endowment strategic pool and liquidity rack sub-account, to our operating budget to cover our cash needs during the fiscal year, along with a relatively small cohort of donations and interest income earned on our operating funds. We do not sink and typically do not achieve a balanced budget, as our cash needs do not necessarily match our recorded expenses in a given year. This is, as I said before, because we record grant and scholarship commitments as expenses at the time the grant agreements are executed and scholarships are awarded, but grant and scholarship payments are often made over several fiscal years. As a result, the fact that our budget expenses exceed budget funds available for operations should not be a cause for concern. The calculations of our expenses and funds available for operations should be analyzed separately as they are based on different factors and needs. So let's start with the expenses. We have three main categories of expenses: our direct program expenses, direct personnel expenses, and non-personnel support costs. Let me note that this chart shows you both what our projected year and current year and fiscal year totals are to be, and you can compare that what is budgeted for next year. You'll see the high program expenses due to our expectation that the RAC construction grant will be approved shortly, and I'll expand on our program expenses on the next slide. Our personnel expenses should remain basically flat, and our non-support costs are actually expected to decrease. They were a little inflated this year, more than usual, due to several factors, most notably our strategic planning process, as we hired consultants to help with our DEI training, our community listening campaign, and strategic planning deliberations, as well as a citywide mailer and other marketing costs to get the word out about the community listening campaign. Also, please remember that I tend to budget generously on the expense side for those lines we can't easily predict, and actual expenses typically come in under budget. I won't go through every expense line in our budget, as they are detailed in the memo that was provided to you, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I will go and elaborate a little bit further on our direct program expenses. As you can see, we have our regular outlays for the Crestmoor scholarships and community grants fund. In particular, the Crestmoor scholarships, that amount may be increased if we get any restricted donations specifically targeted for that program by the time we hand out the scholarships. Under strategic grants, we have budgeted $40.5 million for the final Recreation Aquatic Center grant for construction. We'll be considering that grant next week, but as I said before, we don't record grants as expenses until the grant agreement is executed. Given the complexity of this grant in particular, and just the back and forth, the time it takes for the back and forth with the drafts, I don't anticipate that the grant agreement will be executed until probably early July. So that will hit our books in the next fiscal year. We've also put in 2 placeholders for additional strategic grants. As I mentioned, we're in the middle of our strategic planning process, and I can't predict what will come out of that process in terms of program priorities and the amount that the board designates for spending immediately versus maintaining in the quasi-endowment. We didn't want to put a 0 because we do anticipate that there will be some funding priorities coming out of the strategic planning process. So we didn't want to put a 0 in the budget. Instead, we put 2 placeholders. One is a larger placeholder with the thought that the board may consider 1 or 2 major initiatives that could come out of the community listening campaign and the strategic planning process. There were a host of great ideas that have been proposed that will be considered, and we wanted to show that we would consider some of those through our process. We also put in a $500,000 placeholder for what might be smaller initiatives. Those could be COVID relief initiatives to address immediate needs that develop in the community. We hope we'll be able to support Community Day again in 2022, assuming the city is able to host the event again post-pandemic, and other community needs that may come up. The placeholders are ceilings. They're thought of as ceilings. They're not set in stone, and they're dependent on the outcomes of our strategic planning sessions and community needs as they arise. The board retains the ability to decide not to make such investments in the coming year. And let me remind you that all strategic grants require specific board approval, not just inclusion in the budget. For other grants, we always budget $10,000 so that we're able to respond to some community grants, smaller community grant type requests that are urgent and come outside the normal community grants fund cycle. For example, the grant to the city for the public engagement kiosk used in the Earl Glenview Park for the virtual exhibit on the 10th anniversary of the gas pipeline explosion. That was approved through this other grants, small grant out of cycle process. So those are our direct program expenses. Here's the breakdown of our income. We typically budget operating income to be low. We currently don't expect any donations, although I anticipate that some will come in. We have received donations every year. Miscellaneous income is usually unexpected, such as when a grantee returns a portion of a grant that was expensed in a previous year. Interest income itself is difficult to predict, and in the grand scheme of things, relatively small. We're budgeting 50% of what we made this past year when we had more than $15 million in the liquidity rack pool for much of the year in anticipation of the rack construction beginning, which didn't happen this fiscal year. Again, in the grand scheme of things, it's still a very small part of our overall cash inflows. Most of our operating funds come from our transfers from investments. Again, remember that our funds available for operations are based on our cash needs for the year. We presume that all personnel expenses and non-personnel support costs will be paid out during the fiscal year, but not necessarily all of our program disbursements, which often are paid out over multiple years. The quasi-endowment transfer is based on our cash needs for the Crestmoor Scholarship and the Community Grants Fund. There are some restricted donations carried forward from the current fiscal year. So our quasi-endowment transfer is not quite the full cash needs amount. A 1.7% quasi-endowment payout rate equals the nearly $313,000 we need to cover our quasi-endowment cash needs. So our budget includes that transfer from the quasi-endowment to our operating budget. Going back to this slide, it's important to remember that the transfers from the strategic pool and the liquidity rack sub-account, it's important to understand the rationale behind creating those accounts. Based on the results of the first community listening campaign, the board designated about $55 million of the restitution funds to establish the strategic pool to be spent outright on strategic initiatives, including at least one major community facility project, which ultimately turned out to be the REC. The liquidity pool was created to serve as a holding account for expenditures planned in subsequent 0 to 24 months. Its purpose is to mirror the foundation's operating accounts, and it may be funded by both the quasi-endowment and the strategic pool. The investment goal for the liquidity pool is to preserve the principal balance of all funds directed into the pool, and as such, capital preservation and liquidity are the primary objectives. In 2018, the board moved $10 million from the strategic pool to the liquidity pool for use in the following fiscal year, and thus not part of that year's current fiscal year's operating budget. They did that in order to reduce the market volatility risk for a portion of the funds to be used to fund the Recreation and Aquatic Center project. This led to the creation of two sub-accounts in our liquidity pool, the operating and liquidity rack sub-accounts, which receive different treatment in our monthly financial statements, and each receives its share of interest income that the pool accrues. In our balance sheet, funds in the liquidity rack sub-account are shown as investment assets and are not part of the operating budget. In contrast, the funds in the liquidity pool intended to support that year's operating budget, the liquidity operating sub-account, are shown as cash assets. So the main driver behind the transfers from the strategic pool and the liquidity rack sub-accounts is the remaining set of rack grant payments. Although the board has made an overall $50 million commitment to the city for the rack, the foundation is funding the project through a series of 8 grants supporting different components of the project. As we've said earlier, we've awarded 7 grants so far, totaling $9.5 million, and made grant payments totaling about $5.8 million. and the city's asking the board to approve the final RAC grant for construction of the facility next week for the remaining balance of the $50 million commitment. Given the expected construction timeline, all remaining RAC grant payments, which total about $44.2 million, will likely fall within the 0 to 24-month window for the liquidity pool. And based on the estimated cash flow timeline the city provided a year ago, we think that as much as $41 million might be needed in FY 21-22. We expect to receive an updated cash flow timeline for the RAC from the city over the summer based on the actual construction contract. As a result, the investment committee recommended to the board, and the board approved, that the fiscal year 21-22 budget include transfers covering the full amount of all remaining funds needed to meet potential remaining grant payment obligations. These budget transfer amounts are ceilings, and once we receive an updated RAC cash flow timeline, we can adjust the transfers, and we may not need to transfer the full amount. We will be covering the RAC cash flow needs through three sources: the strategic carry forward from this current fiscal year, we will close out the liquidity RAC sub-account, and we will use new strategic payout in our next year's budget. As mentioned earlier, in 2018, we moved $10 million from the strategic to liquidity RAC. This coming year, we will use up those funds and close that sub-account. As of April 30th, the balance of the sub-account was about $10.63 million, but the actual amount when we close out the account will likely be slightly different, hopefully a little bit higher. So that leaves close to $20.2 million in strategic payout that needs to be included in this year's budget to cover RAC cash needs. In addition to the RAC, we have other grants and operating expenses that need to be covered by the strategic payout. We know in terms of non-RAC strategic grants, we know that we will need to pay out the first responder grant for the mobile command vehicle of about $300,000 this summer. As I mentioned before, we were also putting in the placeholders coming out of the community listening campaign and the strategic planning process of $5.5 million. And we also expect to pay out all of our operating costs during the year. That leaves us with strategic cash needs of over $50 million. Of that amount, $13.36 million will be covered from the carry forward from the current fiscal year. We will close out our liquidity RAC sub-account, which should bring in at least $10.6 million. And operating income will cover about $39,000. And then I always include a buffer of about $100,000 to give us wiggle room in our budget. That results in a strategic payout of nearly $26.5 million. You'll notice that the payout is just a little under cash needs. That's because the quasi-endowment payout is just a little over quasi-endowment cash needs. The cash needs to meet our payout overall. So that is our budget. Last week, the foundation board approved a resolution that approved our 21-22 budget, approved our quasi-endowment payout rate of 1.7% next year, approved transfers from the liquidity pool to the liquidity operating account of $26.4 million, and approved transfer of the liquidity RAC balance to the liquidity operating of about $10.6 million, and closure of that sub-account. Note that all of the transfer amounts are ceilings. The budget resolution gives the executive director the discretion to divide the transfers into smaller increments, set the timing and transfer of those increments, and to transfer less than the approved amount based on the foundation's cash flow needs. We respectfully ask the City Council to approve our fiscal year 21-22 budget later this month, to consider it today and then do formal approval at the end of the month. The action will allow us at the foundation to continue moving forward on our current trajectory to use the restitution funds to benefit our community. Before I close, I'd like to acknowledge by name our board members who have been key to the foundation's success. Our current board consists of President Emily Roberts, Vice President Jim Ruane, Secretary John McLaughlin, Treasurer Tim Ross, and board members Raul Gomez, Nancy Krause, and Melissa Nitani Jones. I'd also like to thank the support of key city staff members from whose partnership and collaboration we truly appreciate. Those key city staff members include City Manager Javon Grogan, City Attorney Mark Zaffarano, Community Services Director Ann Matola, Finance Director Chin-Yu Sun, Assistant to the City Manager Jennifer Dianos, the city's former consultant Audrey Jones-Taylor, and the entire city clerk's office. Again, we thank the city for the partnership and we value our collaboration. With that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
And before we do, wanted to see if President Emily Roberts wanted to say anything, or would you?
Thanks for asking and for having me, Mayor and Council. I'm really here as a support and to answer questions that might come up, but I think Leslie did a very thorough job, and so I will defer to Leslie and again answer any questions that come up.
Thank you. And before I open it to colleagues, I was waiting for staff clarification. So just for my colleagues, there is no resolution that it's in the packet. So there is no adoption of a resolution that is occurring this evening. It is a discussion and answering questions, which will come back under consent at a future meeting for adoption. So with that said, questions from colleagues. And I would say if there's anybody in the community that would like to speak, if you could raise your, on this topic, which is the San Bruno Community Foundation budget, you could raise your virtual hand and we can then call on you. So I'll ask you to do that now as I turn it to the colleagues if you have questions. Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for all the work that the foundation has done and continues to do. I had a question. I'm trying to match up the RAC funding from the presentation we received last night with what we received today. The budget we looked at last night when we approved the moving forward with the RAC was a 50 million total community foundation grant, and I guess maybe between different years or whatever, I wasn't seeing that full total in what was presented tonight.
So we've already paid out about we've already expensed about 9.5 million for this first 7 grants. And so this construction grant will be for about 40.5 million. And that will be, that brings you to the full 50 million. In terms of actual payments, we haven't paid out all of the other grants. Let's see. So far, we've made grant payments totaling about 5.8 million. And so we have remaining grant payments of 44.2 million. And so that's being included in this budget so that if construction moves quickly and all of those payments are needed in the next fiscal year, we'll be ready to pay them.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Other questions from colleagues? Councilmember Mason.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to ask, in the presentation and in the staff report, there was discussion around how the foundation has largely been expense-driven versus income-driven. And as the foundation right now kind of resets to see what the future holds, is that also being looked at since so much of the funds are going to be going to the RAC?
Yes, once the foundation has a lower investment portfolio, and one decision could be that we treat most of the funds like a quasi-endowment, with the idea of living off of the investment income and a small amount of income you bring in every year, that then we would be much more constrained, and we would be, we would have to be a little more, trying to think of the right word, just disciplined in our spending, because right now we do have a large corpus of investment funds that we are able to spend. So it is very possible that that will flip moving forward.
Great. And then just the second question I had, kind of related, but is as far as, I guess, the income coming in, will there be efforts to go out and apply for grants that are outside of just San Bruno, but kind of more competitive grants, really to prolong the longevity of the community foundation as it is, because there's so much work being done around it. And then I'll give you a chance to answer, but just a final comment before I mute myself is just the listening sessions were wonderful. I barely made one of the virtual ones, but I made the entire second one, and I thought they were really well done. And I have heard from people that the smaller virtual town halls were well done too. So thank you, and the facilitators who handled those.
Thank you. We appreciate your feedback on that, and we will relay that to our consultants, who I think would also appreciate it. Okay, now I've just totally spaced on what your actual question was.
Oh, I'm sorry. The question was around just the opportunities for the foundation to apply for grant funding just like outside of maybe just San Bruno, but you know, if we're looking at the longevity and the long-term sustainability of the foundation, how would that happen? Right.
So initially, the original board actually consciously made a decision not to proactively fundraise at a time when we had, 70 million. And right now we have almost 79 million, although that will change at some point. And so as part of our strategic planning, and as we look forward to what our business model will be going forward, additional income generation, I think, will be part of that discussion. I don't anticipate a lot of grant seeking this year while we still have the funds, but I think that will be a discussion for the future. I think, the other thing we have to be realistic about is what those additional grant opportunities might be. A lot of grant making opportunities are very project specific. And I think there may be opportunities, for example, if the city is doing a very specific project, we can support the city in looking for additional funding for that. I think that is definitely a possibility. Finding just overall operating support is a lot tougher. Thank you for your comments. Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, Leslie, thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for assisting with all of the volunteers for the second harvest distributions that we do monthly there at Bel Air. As you know, and as the public's becoming more and more aware of just the amount of needs our city has, whether it be our infrastructure, whether it would be trying to improve our downtown, whether it's trying to improve our schools, we have very, very high needs. As you're reviewing a potential $5 million in grants for this upcoming year, just curious how you came up with that number, and what you can, any other thing you can share is it's going to be based primarily on the listening campaign 2.0 that was just completed. I was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit on that.
Sure. I think, the input we received from the community in this 2.0 listening campaign will be critical to our strategy going forward in terms of identifying the community needs we would like to address, and how to best do that. It sounds like we've got a lot of money, but we don't. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, And if we want the foundation to continue, there will have to be some choices made because we want to have a big enough corpus going forward to allow the foundation to survive over the long term. So we can't spend everything. So those will be discussions that will be part of the strategic planning deliberations of the board. In terms of the $5 million figure, a lot of that actually came out of the quasi-endowment presentation that our advisors at Sandhill Global Advisors provided, looking at sort of what the payouts would be at different quasi-endowment corpus levels, and looking at what our current spending is on, if we want to maintain community grants and the scholarships at relatively stable levels, comparable to what we're doing now, and being able to do some additional strategic grants going forward. That really told us that maybe if we end up with 30 million after the RAC's paid out, the $25 million level felt like about what we would need to sustain our current sort of operations at a, without doing big RAC projects, right? So that's what the 30 million down to 25 million, in my mind as the executive director, gave us about a $5 million window potentially to look at. And so that's the placeholder I put in the budget, because to me, that was sort of where I thought the board would be most comfortable, at least considering as part of its deliberations, because we did have some suggestions that came up in the listening campaign that were, larger projects versus some that will be much smaller disbursements.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I do welcome you all to, come to our strategic planning sessions on June 23rd and July 7th, where we'll be going through all of this with the board. We'd welcome your attendance.
Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. I don't have any questions really, but I did want to add my thanks to Leslie for bringing this presentation to us today, and Emily for being here with us tonight. It's really hard to believe how much time has gone by and how much great work has come out of this organization. It really doesn't seem like that long ago when we started on this, and it's had amazing, it's really exceeded my expectations in terms of what we could do with that money. And so please pass along my gratitude to the rest of the board and keep up the good work.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And finally, my comments, and then we'll conclude on this, is, as you mentioned, being at the last scholarships that were given out, and there happened to be 13, and as I indicated to them, 13 was a very lucky number that night. Seeing some of those students that had just graduated CAP now there for what they have done to enhance San Bruno, our lives, their lives, really have already been entrenched in our community, and listening to them saying to the group of thanks is like, we won't let you down. We won't let you down. And again, it's for them, but that's the true passion that they have based on how these monies have been derived and what it means about going forward. And, they're the foundation. They will be the leaders of tomorrow. And then always the special moment is having somebody who has been a recipient coming back, and how you can see from the moment they accepted it to the moment they've concluded and what they're going to be doing in life and what the difference they've made in between that time. And some of the young people, the 13 that received it, honestly said into the Zoom lens, if it wasn't for this, I may not have this opportunity. So it truly is, former Mayor Rowan would say, something good has to come out of it. That is just the excitement to see and the honor of these young people and what is before them. And these are some large grant scholarships that will help them. And they made that abundantly clear. It's very touching. And everything that the foundation has done to ensure its assets remain high, its investments are solid, and have been able to step up during COVID-19 or during a command vehicle, shall we say, always being able to have that opportunity so that the city can move forward. and other grants that you've given to the school system, et cetera. So President Roberts, I want to thank you, and please pass on our thanks and appreciation to the volunteer team that sits on the board. And Leslie, thank you for your presentation and comments here tonight. We want to thank you. We also want to wish you an enjoyable rest of your evening. And please don't feel obligated to remain through the second part of our study session.
Thank you. Can I just quickly, Mayor Medina,
Yes, please.
to express our thank you from the board and on behalf of the board to you all, our city leaders, for your continued support and partnership of our work. We are very aware that without that, a lot of our work would not be possible. And, you know, again, just appreciate your trust in us and being really thoughtful stewards of these funds and really listening to our community and their desires and needs and trying to meet those. So again, just thank you on our behalf for the support you've given us and for having us tonight.
Thank you. And again, thank you to both, and enjoy the rest of your evening. With that, and there had been no public comments to the conversation we had. So we're going to move on to item B on our agenda. Receive the city manager's proposed operating and capital budget fiscal year 2021-22 and staff presentation on the capital budget. We will turn it over to our city manager.
Good evening, City Council and members of the public. Javon Grogan, your city manager. I'm here for our third session on the proposed budget. I'm joined by every member of our department head team, as well as I just took a peek at all of the participants on Zoom, and I think all but 2 are city employees. So thank you all for attending, and many of them are ready and prepared to support any questions that you may have. So tonight's discussion is really twofold. It is a presentation of a revision to the enhancement request, as well as presentation of the capital improvement budget, commonly called the CIP budget. So we'll begin with a few slides from me presenting the revised enhancement request. Again, if you have any questions, we are here to respond to them. There will be some updated information in here that you will be receiving that we intend to include in the write-up for the June 22nd meeting for final adoption. And there's some new information, so why don't we just jump right into it. So first, we wanted to give an update on the American Rescue Plan Act funds. So as the city council knows, the prior allocation was that the city was to receive just over $8 million paid out in 2 installments, half initially in June of 21 and then the other half in June of 22. In between our last meeting and this meeting, there has been an update to when the state will disperse the first payment, and so we do now expect that payment in July. There has been good news, however, that we are in the process of confirming, which is the ARPA allocations to many of the smaller non-entitlement cities, non-entitlement meaning under 50,000 population cities in California. In the final analysis, allocations have gone up. And so the most up-to-date allocation that we have for the city of San Bruno is $10.2 million. That is not reflective of what is on the slide before you, because this was prepared before that information. So we're currently confirming it, and I was talking to various city managers in the county who are all receiving and experiencing the same increase. And so we are not currently programming that, and so all the information you have here will be based on that $8 million allocation. We had a very long presentation on June 1st to talk about the eligible uses. I will not go through that, but I will repeat that the funds must be obligated by 12/31/2024 and spent by 2 years later, December 31st, 2026. So just a recap of the proposed uses of our ARPA funds. As the city council and the public knows, that the city council did approve $290,000 in business grants at $10,000 a business for 29 businesses in concert with the SMC Strong Restaurant, Brewery, and Winery Relief Program. For the proposed 21-22 budget, I've added update items in green. And so the update you have is a new request of $112,000 for a small business recovery and assistance program of $112,000. I'll talk about that on the next slide. Capital improvement project requests are unchanged, and position funding has increased from ARPA from 1 million to 1.6, consistent with our discussions on June 1 to move enhancement FTE positions from Measure G to ARPA. So first, let's talk about the new item. So in communications with the Bay Area Entrepreneurship Center, they started in partnership with the San Bruno Community Foundation a small business recovery and assistance program in 2020. And so they have run 2 cycles. The first cycle was in 2020, where they received 16 valid applications and were able to award 16 grants to businesses of $4,000 apiece. They ran a new cycle, and these have been funded in partnership with the San Bruno Community Foundation. And if you remember one of the slides that Leslie Hadamia, the executive director, showed, the foundation has given $257,000 to this effort. So they recently ran another application cycle, and through that application cycle, they have determined that they have enough funds to award those 16 original businesses from the 2020 cycle an additional $3,000, bringing the total grant that those businesses will receive to $7,000. And then they received 31 valid applications for the new program. And they, with the funds that they have, are able to provide 15 businesses with grants of $7,000 each. And so the math on that leaves 16 businesses that they are unable to award grants to of $7,000 apiece. And so that total is $112,000. And so should the city council wish, you can incorporate that in the 2021 budget with ARPA funds and be able to fully fund all 31 of those applications and provide $7,000 grants to 16 businesses in the community. So I did have that conversation and an update earlier, actually late last week, and wanted to provide that information and option to the city council, and so that has been included here. So the proposed ARPA CIP project funding is unchanged. So a total of $750,000 in the proposed year. That's for the Channel 1 upgrades, the EOC upgrades, IT disaster recovery, and an initial deposit of $200,000 on our ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning financial system. Again, the core financial system that runs everything, just about everything we do here. Actually, everything we do here that involves a dollar, because all of our money flows through there. And so that is estimated at a $2 million replacement. And as a reminder, how we're treating the ARPA allocations is that even though we're proposing an amount in 2021, we are projecting the future amounts, and all of that is captured in the recommended allocations for ARPA. Next, let's talk about the position recommendations. And so these are restoring just a portion of the positions that were frozen and removed from the budget last fiscal year due to immediate COVID-19 revenue impacts, as well as a few additional positions. And so as the city council will remember, there was a split between ARPA and Measure G. What we heard from the city council on June 1st is over usage of Measure G and a desire to utilize more ARPA funds because that's what they were intended to do, which is to support cities that had financial impacts due to COVID-19 like we did and needed to defund more than 20 positions. And so the red line, above the red line on the screen is ARPA positions that we talked about and presented earlier. Below the red line are a few adjustments. I will talk through those. So there's a senior planner that is new here. This is a new senior planner for current planning, meaning current development, active development projects. Actually new information since our meeting on June 1st. We've done additional analysis and had meetings with developers that are planning active projects and are recommending that we add a senior planner as a 4-year limited term position. And so we're estimating that 75% of the cost of that planner will actually be paid by developer reimbursements. And in the analysis that we have, we certainly can carry that through the next 3 years, but are going to recommend it as a 4-year position because we can better attract a quality candidate if we have a longer term temporary temporary position. The next position is the assistant to the city manager position. That position was frozen. It was actually the 4th position in the city manager's office. It was frozen as a PIO. The city council will remember that when I started, while that was a funded position, I did not hire that position and intended to transition it to an assistant, an executive assistant, but did not do so due to financial concerns. And so it is a recommendation to unfreeze that position and convert it to an assistant, an executive assistant to the city manager at a lower cost. And as a reminder to council, that is the 4th core position in the city manager's office, which equals the current temporary staffing we have because during COVID-19, because we were not running our full recreation program, I did effectuate a temporary transfer of an administrative position from recreation to the city manager's office. But without this position and with recreation returning, that position would need to go back to recreation. Senior building inspector on call. This and the executive assistant to the city manager position were recommended as general fund enhancements. We have moved those to ARPA, and so that's not a new request. It's bringing that recommendation from general fund and funding it with ARPA. It is an on-call building inspector to handle both development work as well as building code enforcement inspectors, which is something that we have a need for and certainly is not fully covered by revenue. Public works maintenance worker, parks maintenance worker, and library part-time support. Those were all prior recommendations, but funded by Measure G. And so then with this, the next slide shows the general fund pickup, and this is similar to the prior recommendation where it is consistent with our general fund forecast where we are gradually stepping up the general fund support of those positions. So by the time we reach 25, 26, the general fund is covering the full cost of those positions. So it's a prudent and financially sound way to restore the positions, utilize the Federal Recovery Act funds, and slowly build the cost back into the general fund. And so that brings our ARPA total for the proposed 21-22 year at just under $2,450,000. And so out of the total projected ARPA funding, there's a total of $7.4 million in round numbers. This is the ARPA total of just under $8 million. So should we confirm that 10 million number, you can add 2 million to that bottom line. So the revised Measure G funding recommendation leaves 3 positions to be funded by Measure G: the Economic Development Manager, 1 police officer, 1 firefighter, and 1 fire inspector. As a reminder, the fire inspector is in our prevention program. It is to establish a wildfire prevention and mitigation program that will address city-owned property as well as property owned by other public entities as well as private parties. The firefighter and the police officer are restoration of positions that were frozen in the budget, and the economic development manager sort of goes without saying to council because we've talked about it for the last 3 years as a significant need that we've been unable to fund. And so at the bottom of the screen, what I provide is the actual ballot language for Measure G, and I underline critical or important sections of that aligns to all of the recommendations that were being made for utilization of Measure G funds. So neighborhood police patrols for the police officer, fire prevention and urban wildfire protection for the firefighter and fire inspection, crime suppression and investigations for the police officer, pothole repair. As you'll remember, there's 1.4 million recommended in this year's Measure G allocation for streets, and upgrading parks and other open space that'll come later, as well as supporting local businesses reflective of the economic development manager. So it is staff's belief that these recommended expenditures align to the language of Measure G in the ballot and what was presented in the ballot. And so the recommended total Measure G allocation is before you. So the proposed budget is in the middle column with the revised proposed in the final column. Again, a projected beginning fund balance of $462,000, revenue of $3.5 million, and then the proposed expenditures, the $1.4 million for street projects, $300,000 as an enhancement request reflective of the City Council strategic initiative to begin implementation of the downtown streetscape with landscape architect services. The position fundings that we just talked about, totaling $517,000 in the next fiscal year. Wildfire fuel mitigation of $150,000. That is an enhancement request that was proposed to come from the general fund capital reserve, but given its alignment to Measure G and council's focus on ensuring that we align expenditures as reflected in the ballot language and what the community was told, as well as the need to really preserve our general fund capital reserve that is here. A contribution to public safety and park maintenance of $600,000. That is in alignment with council's desire to tie any Measure G allocations to the general fund to specific items outlined in the Measure G ballot language. This is very similar to what occurred the current fiscal year when there was a $2 million allocation that has been dropped by 1.4 to 600,000. And in the responses to City Council questions that were sent just before this meeting, we provided a summary of what those uses could be. $600,000, for example, is 2 police officers and 2 firefighters that are in general $150,000 a piece. So 2 police officers is $300,000, 2 police officers is $500,000. A parks maintenance worker is $100,000. And a contribution to parks maintenance supply budget for $50,000. So they can be configured in many ways, but we wanted to align those to the appropriate expenditures. But that brings total uses to just over 2.9 million, leaving a projected ending fund balance of 995,000, so just under $1 million. As we talked about it at the last presentation, there's an argument to be made to leave some funds in fund balance. This is not one of our regular funds that needs a 25% reserve, but it is a fund where it is advantageous to have some fund balance should there be something that occurs in the middle of the year that is appropriate for a Measure G allocation. In addition, what we mentioned is that we are meeting with the Measure G committee and will work with them as well as staff on potential additional uses for that money, which may or may not include road projects that we can execute on in the coming fiscal year. So funding for the City Council strategic initiatives, we talked a lot about this. I won't go through them, but it's just under 1.4 million. None of these numbers have been changed in the revisions that we are proposing. Some of them have been slightly moved around, like the economic development manager moved from Actually, that one is staying in Measure G. So all of these are exactly as presented before. And so the total enhancement request summary in total is 3.38 million. You have there in red what are the changes, and the increase of 1 FTE is for the 25% funding of that senior planner. So that concludes the summary of the revisions. Happy to take any questions from the City Council that you may have. We certainly will include these in the staff report that will be prepared and supplied to the City Council for your final June 22nd meeting. In summary, this provides the general fund summary for 2021, so the coming fiscal year. Bottom line is ending at our policy target of having 1.5 million left in fund balance after the proposed enhancement requests are funded, meeting our general fund policy threshold of that, of keeping that 1.5 million in fund balance. And so those are the ins and the outs with revenues, expenditure, surplus, a transfer for Measure G, less the proposed enhancements that would be funded by the general fund. So with that, I want to thank City Council, and again, thank staff, and happy to answer any questions.
First, we'll go to Councilmember Hamilton.
So, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the movement of those positions from Measure G to ARPA. The ones that remain are absolutely in line with the spirit of the ballot measure, so I'm fine with the ones that remain. So I appreciate that work. One question I have in that section on slide 6. Some but not all of the position cost and the proposed costs for 21-22, the proposed cost was lower, but only for some of those positions. Is it because for those positions we will get through a portion of the year while recruiting, so we won't fill an entire year with only some of those?
Yes. So for some of the positions, like the first one there, the information technology associate, that is, we do not have an active list, and so we have factored in a 4-month recruitment cycle, and so that's the decrease you have there. For some of the positions or others, like police officer and firefighter, it is a full cost because either one, we have somebody that we're ready to put through the academy, or police are already tracking an officer that they're sort of chomping at the bit to hire and attract.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, City Manager Grogan, thank you for quickly revising the Measure G expenditures. First of all, or I guess secondly, hopefully that the news of the increase from 8.1 to 10.2 in ARPA funding does come through. If it does come through, I would prefer to see ARPA replace all of the Measure G funding. Instead of it coming out of the Measure G side, it would come out of this additional unforeseen stream of revenue. Then my question for our mayor is are we yet ready to go through each position? At some point, I'm not fully convinced at this moment to say I'm good with everything that's been presented so far. I'm not really sure how we're going to do it. Typically, what I believe what we've done in the past is we wait to the end, and then we start talking about either each position, yes, 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 no, yes, yes, or however that's going to work, just so that we're clearer on where we are, so there's no surprises in reviewing this budget.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for asking. So I think at this point, to have questions on what has been before us so we can get the fine tune or clarifications. And City Manager and I haven't talked, but as far as the timeline that it might take to get through the rest of the capital improvement presentations, I think that would be important. So we get that concluded. And then if there is, and we'll check with staff and finance and the manager about if we want to go back to that at that point. But at this point, I would say if we could maybe stick to questions, clarifying, and then let us get through all the presentations since we have all the staff here. Then we can maybe regroup on that if that works.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay. All right. So any other questions in regards to what our city manager just presented to us? City manager.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I totally understand what you just said. I do think, however, that should council members have questions on the recommended positions, it would be nice to know those now, because then we have time to maybe provide additional information between this meeting and the June 22nd meeting, because as of now, the June 22nd meeting is the final city council meeting on the proposed budget. And so, for example, one of the positions that I know Councilmember Marty Medina expressed some hesitancy about is the Deputy Director for Community Services. I have asked the director to put together a full memo articulating what work that position will do during the construction cycle, because one of the questions was, the building isn't even built yet, we haven't broken ground. What really will the position work on, and should the city council authorize that position in the coming year? And so staff does have an answer to that. We would like to provide that. And so I know staff, while they don't have it available today, you will receive that memo. And so if there's any other additional information, we'd really love to know that and have the discussion, and staff is here and prepped and ready. With regard to the CIP presentation, we do have approximately 50 slides, but I actually think they will go fairly quickly in that we're not talking about all 104 CIP projects. We're really just giving a high level summary, which will then call for council questions on specific CIP projects.
So I think what I'm hearing is we're saying the same thing. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. I understood what the Vice Mayor said. And I think what you're saying is you want it now rather than at the end. I'm just saying us to continue through the presentation and have it at the end. So, but yes, to have it today, or at least bring those topics up so additional information can be provided to council.
Perfect. So, I'm totally fine with having it at the end of all the presentations.
Okay. Okay. And Vice Mayor seemed to be okay with that. So,
yeah, Mr. Mayor, yeah. What is that chirping that's going on? Is anybody else hearing it? It's occasional. No?
Sorry, it's the blind in the conference room. We'll take care of it.
He could have just said there.
Alarms.
He could have just said there was no noise, but it's okay. He was honest.
All right.
Thank you. And I know I hadn't heard it. Okay. So are there any other questions on the presentation that the city manager made?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The confirmation of the additional ARPA funding, is that anticipated to be in the next couple weeks?
It will be in the next few days. I personally just received the information today, and I'm hesitant until I've had time to read everything and confirm with other sources. It is on State of California letterhead, and it is an updated projection, but I just like to cross my I's and dot my T's.
If our city manager doesn't mind the question now about that, do you see any reason why we couldn't allow the bucket from ARPA to fill in the needs that are currently today being paid for by Measure G funding?
Should the city council direct that, I see no problems with that. It would preserve Measure G funding for other items. I think there are certain eligible ARPA funding items that may not align to what council would like to preserve Measure G money for. And so I think prudently worth having a little residual unallocated in each bucket for some time, but totally willing to take any direction on that.
And maybe that could be a discussion at a later time in a couple more days when we finalize the budget.
As well as the city manager saying, you just received the information.
Right.
And when will it be issued, and are there additional restrictions? Probably not, but.
As well as the council, we just received that, 15 minutes ago.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions in regards to the two items that the manager spoke on? And mine can wait till the end. Okay, city manager, why don't we continue?
Works. Okay, so this is a CIP presentation. In this, we have 5 sections, if you will: an overview of the capital improvement program, a project discussion in 9 areas, discussion of equipment and vehicles, as well as debt service, and then, of course, questions. So why don't we begin with an overview? In the interest of time, we'll skip the numbers because we're going to talk about all of them. And I'll turn it over to our finance director, Shin Yu-sun, to go over the table that is before you. And then after that, we will enter into the project by project discussions, beginning first with our interim public works director, Haywan Rich.
Thank you, Jamal. Good evening, Mayor and the council members. My name is Shin Yu-sun, I'm the finance director. So I'll just give you a quick overview of the CIP budget for the next 6 year. We're basically looking at the bottom number of the whole table. So for the FY 21-22, we'll see a carryover of a previous approved appropriation about $61 million for the capital improvement budget. And there's a $25.5 million new request. And the project funding with these two numbers that together is about $86.5 million. For the total 5-year program, we projected out the CIP budget for the next 5 years. We're looking at almost $220 million. This is the breakdown the project by program. As you can see, all the number types, and then you look at it next year in the fiscal year 21-22, we're seeing $86.5 million, and then the number gradually increase in the future years only because we are projecting on all the projects as of today. By the time we look at it, by this time next year, we'll probably see the number look quite different. But as of right now, the total CIP budget from fiscal year 21-22 to 25-26, we're looking at a total of almost $240 million. Then next, we'll go to the detailed discussion of capital projects.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Haywan Ritchie, Interim Public Works Director. I have the various funds. What I will do is I will do a quick briefing of each of the projects, and then I will pause after I've completed with the discussion of the funds, the projects within that fund, and then pause if there are any questions. Next slide, please. Okay. Commodore Well. The existing well has been, is no longer functioning, and so Acapella Well will be replacing Commodore Well. This budget will cover the production well design and construction, and the next phase includes the construction of the well building and treatment systems. The advanced water meters replaces commercial water meters with advanced meters. The next project is the water main replacement program. This year's budget includes completing design and construction of avenues 2-1 and 3-1, and starting on avenues 3-2. The pressure regulating stations projects replace outdated stations. These include Rollingwood, Oakmont, also known as St. Cloud, Glenview, and Piedmont. Next slide, please. The pump station program rehabilitates stations that are reaching or are beyond their useful life. Programs funded this year include Sneath and Lake, a rehabilitation, as well as installing emergency backup generators at Whitman and Princeton. Water tank projects will design and replace or construct various tanks throughout the system. There's a new tank proposed at Commodore. Cunningham is currently in design phase, and SFPUC will be contributing 1 million gallons to the tank. And that will be, we had finished design, so we'll be redesigning, and SFPUC will be covering that. And then this project also includes the design of Princeton and Sweeney tanks. So that concludes the water projects. I'm available to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Medina.
Got to unmute. Thank you. Thank you for that. The amount of carryover each year is pretty substantial. I recall while working here that it always seemed like the amount of work that we were budgeted to try to do always was a lot more than what could be realistically done. As we're moving forward, that carryover from the previous year was 60 million, and we're again at another 60 million. And then I'm seeing that for this year, because there's so much carryover, that we're actually reducing the amount. It's kind of interesting, right?
Yes, if I could pause and maybe explain the table, but I apologize, I should have done that to begin with. So the first column, of course, is the project name. The second column is a total project budget. That is not currently budgeted. That's the project anticipated total budget, but that's not what's being proposed as part of this particular fiscal year 21-22 budget. So the estimated carryover is the second column, which is at 16 million. And in response to previous statements of the carryover, what we did in this next fiscal year 21-22 is actually defund some of those, so that it actually in the 21-22 budget it actually is less. So projects that are currently in design that don't need to hold on to the construction budget, we have defunded those, and that's why, particularly in the pump station and the water tank projects or the programs, you'll notice that those two numbers are negative. And so the last column that you see with the 62.5 million total, that's actually 21 and 22 beyond, so not this upcoming fiscal year, but beyond those budgets. So there will be, if you have a tank, there's, it says $31 million. So that's in the out years after the designs have all been completed and we're ready to construct. Some of these facilities are quite expensive. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit what we're looking at.
Right. And pretty much this also justifies why the council was able to suspend the 5% increase in funding or in the water and sewer rates, because there's so much available funding in these enterprise funds. Anyhow, I just noticed the last 2 years that we were carrying over a lot of money, and I think that's what it is. Unless somebody else, the staff, could help me understand it better, that we, as busy as we are, as busy as crews are installing water mains, sewer mains, there remains so much to do, and we're having a hard time getting everything in the ground, even though we have the budget for it.
It does take time, yes.
Right.
Sure, Councilmember Medina. Let me try and provide a response, because that was a long, pregnant pause of when you mentioned that there's so much money left in the fund that we could not have the rate increase. In part, that's true, but in the long run, in part, that's not true. So if you recall, when we showed in particular, the water fund balance and the forecast, it went negative in, I believe, 24, 25. And so what that means is that in the next few years, there may be a need for a rate increase because the fund is projected to go negative. What's also true is that we need to space out and better project when those capital expenditures will actually occur. Because you're right, there are large carryovers, and we have been budgeting more than we can actually get done, which does two things. One, it sets high expectations that we're not able to meet. And then two, it doesn't space out the money in the year that it's more likely to be spent, which may actually push out that year when you go negative, right? And so what's true is that at some point, the fund will go negative because while capital improvement projects, while there's carryover, those projects will get done and the fund will need more money. And so that is a part of the rate study that is budgeted in the next fiscal year for both water and sewer, is to do a rate study to see when and if the next rate increase would occur, likely a when, not an if. But tied with that, finance has already had conversations with both the city manager's office and all of our capital improvement units or units that work on projects about sort of reconfiguring how we budget our capital improvement projects to better align the expenditures in the year that they're more likely to occur. And so you see that in some projects, you don't see it in all.
That's fair. Thank you.
Any other questions from colleagues? Seeing none at this time, if we could continue, please.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So this is the wastewater fund. The sewer main improvement replacement program includes main replacements, including force main of Crestmoor Drive, as well as the avenues projects. That includes 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 3-1, and 3-2. 2-1, 2-2, and 3-1 are currently in design and anticipate to go to construction, and 2-3 and 3-2 will be designed. Pump station improvement and replacement program includes the replacement of the Crestwood pump station. The design and construction of the Crestwood pump station, and finishing out the Crestmoor Limited. That it will be taken to council relatively shortly. Also included is the water quality control plant. This is our part ownership of the wastewater treatment plant situated in South San Francisco, and our payments to them for capital projects. And that concludes the wastewater.
Any questions from colleagues? Seeing no hands, please continue.
Okay, thank you. The Stormwater Fund is next. The first project, the I-280, I-3D Regional Stormwater Capture Project, consists of fully grant funds for the pre-designed phase with project initiation documents. Spyglass Drive consists of the upsizing of the storm drain on Spyglass Drive. This includes a $1.2 million Cal OAS grant with a $400,000 local match requirement.
I'll expand upon the Spyglass project. So council, if you have reviewed or you're looking at the Spyglass Stormwater Improvement Program, remember that we did receive approximately approximately $1.2 million in grants from FEMA for that project. That comes with a local match of a little over 400,000, if memory serves me correctly. I'm not looking at the sheet. But on the sheet, that 400,000 is reflected as unfunded. Note that it's unfunded because the Stormwater Fund is going negative. However, we have received a grant, and it is staff's intention that that project moves forward in the coming fiscal year because we have the grant. Now, if the stormwater effort that is underway is successful, we will have the $400,000. If it is not successful, we will have a $400,000 need that has to be filled. And that gets back to our prior discussion of where will we fill that? Will we pull from X, from Y to Z? And so that's part of the why I said it. It's worth holding a little money in the ARPA funds and a little in Measure G and a little in other pots. And one of the eligible uses of ARPA appears to be stormwater. In fact, it wasn't called out as eligible uses. What was called out in the Treasury initial guidelines was water, sewer, and broadband. However, a number of cities have asked clarifying questions of the Treasury, and one of the last responses I heard is stormwater is eligible for those one-time funds. And so we will confirm that. And while that one-time money would help us out with this one grant-funded project and not the $30 million of unfunded needs, which is why we're undertaking the revised storm drain and flood protection fee. That's why we may want to reserve a little bit in those pots for things that may happen. And that's also true for another stormwater project that's not shown on this screen, which is the trash capture device project that has an unfunded total in an amount that I'm not remembering right now, but somebody on staff I know knows.
The next slide.
That's the next slide. Yeah. Is that full 150,6,000 unfunded?
Yes, it is.
So that's another pot of a project that needs to occur that will be unfunded if the current initiative does not succeed.
Yes. And then the second project on that slide is the stormwater pipeline replacement. This is the repair of the storm drain pipe within county right-of-way as part of the SFPUC project. And that concludes the stormwater projects.
Any questions from colleagues? Seeing no hands.
Yeah,
Yes,
Mayor,
Mr.
sorry.
Vice Mayor. Yes, go ahead.
How much % complete are we with the trash installations?
Percentage in terms of meeting the regional, the MRP goal?
Yeah, that would be fine. Of the number that are supposed to be installed, how many have been installed?
Let me see if I can find out that answer. I don't have it.
Don't need it right now. Just curious. Those kind of things are kind of, I believe, are important to share with our community. That when we have a project like that where we are. For instance, also like I asked last night, just at some point, the percentage of water main and sewer main that has been replaced since we embarked on this large capital improvement program.
Correct. I believe we're currently at 80% trash reduction. That's not necessarily 80% of the devices being installed, but there's a certain amount of trash removal we're required to achieve. And I believe the MRP is being updated to reach 100%. And we currently are undergoing a study to determine what additional locations and how many trash capture devices. It will incorporate what's already has been done and to help us reach 80%, but this next phase will help us to identify how many more need to be installed. And that's currently in process. I don't have that number, but we can bring that number when it is available.
Sure. That's fine, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Any questions from colleagues? This time, seeing no hands, you can proceed, please.
Next slide. This is a list of projects, which includes collection system boxes throughout the city, regional stormwater capture project, and trash capture device installation, as Vice Mayor Medina had noted. The next slide would be CityNet service CIP, and our director, Sandeep Krishnamurthy, can on that one. I am so sorry. Excuse me, Sandeep.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and we will, Ms. Ritchie, and so next, please.
Director Krishnamurthy.
Oh, he's coming in the room now, it looks like.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the Council, Sandeep Krishnamurthy, Director of San Bruno CityNet Services, here to present one funded and one unfunded request for CityNet services going into the next fiscal year. Could I get the next slide, please? Thank you. The proposal requested to be funded for the coming fiscal year is the upgrade to Channel 1. Channel 1 is the city's locally originated television service, which covers, including, among other things, this council meeting and other proceedings of the council and other agencies in the city, activities of the city community, and also select programming that is approved by city management for broadcast on this service. The service is on standard definition at the current time, and the various components of the infrastructure to broadcast the service have been pretty much reaching obsolescence over the past few years. The latest example is the message board on the channel, which has completely failed. The replacement for that was authorized by the city manager from the ARA funds received by the city, and a total of 12,000 was spent. That replacement has now to be integrated with the remainder of an upgraded infrastructure, which is what this request is about. The request is for a total of $250,000. This will cover the replacement of every major component of the broadcast, of the recording and broadcast system for Channel 1 to upgrade it to high definition. This upgrade will come at a time when the city or CityNet is also embarking on the upgrade of its television distribution platform to IPTV. Now, IPTV as a distribution format has only high definition content available within it and can only broadcast that. So the upgrade of Channel 1 would fit hand in glove with the upgrade of IPTV, which is also in CityNet's plans. This slide covers the projects for CityNet services, which would continue in an unfunded state at the current time. The fiber to the home project, the proposal and the business plan have been presented for a total cost of $12.4 million. What it entails is the replacement of all outside wiring, change of field electronics, and installation of fiber optic cable along the city's 89 miles of HFC plant that is currently in place. This would enable CityNet services to upgrade the entire basis of the technology on which its services are delivered to the San Bruno community. A number of small projects have been taken to provide some visibility into what take rates might be when single-family residences are rolled out within the proposed fiber to the home upgrade. And these include identification of select areas around the city where limited small-scale fiber rollouts have been put in place. And these areas include Spyglass Drive, Marisol, the Marisol community, the new DR Horton community, which has been completed, and the Florida Park area. The materials for the Marisol community upgrade and the Spyglass Drive upgrade have currently been received by CityNet, and the rollout is expected to begin over the next few weeks. The pricing of these rollouts have been kept extremely limited, utilizing equipment already ordered for the previous upgrades done to Peninsula Place, Crystal Springs, and Shelter Creek 2 years ago. And some of those electronics have been routed to this project, with the net result that the expenses have been borne by the current operational revenues of CityNet and are under $35,000. This brings me to the end of the CityNet section. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you. Just curious, for the Channel 1 upgrade, how long does that take?
We anticipate it'll take about 6 months to order the equipment, to integrate. And the challenge here is actually getting the right systems integration engineer in place who can then help us put together the various pieces in a way that our single person on staff who manages this channel can actually handle it going forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions from colleagues? Seeing none, just I had a quick question. If this is approved and the upgrade is complete, what's the, I'll call it the life expectancy before something might have to be done again?
I would say at a minimum, 6 to 8 years at a minimum, because I don't see the next level of television broadcast, which is 4K, taking really deep hold of the distribution of the television distribution marketplace in any recognizable way going forward. So high definition, to my mind, would continue to be the mass distribution format, and that's where this upgrade would take us.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands up, or I'm sorry, is there a hand up in the conference room?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask Director Krishna-Murthy to mention why those few neighborhoods were selected for a pilot fiber project. I know the council knows, but members of the public may not know why one neighborhood was selected as a pilot and not the others. So will you articulate that?
Thank you, City Manager. That's a great point that needs to be made. The neighborhoods that were mentioned were selected on the basis of having existing underground conduit. So the Spyglass Drive, as well as the Marisol neighborhoods, already had underground conduit. And as a matter of plan, over the last couple of years, CityNet has been inserting this clause into development agreements where new developers are required to make the conduit available to CityNet, which is why the DR Horton and other new developments going forward would also have this conduit in place. In the case of Florida Park, the city's water department did a great job of transferring over water pipes that are currently not in use and have been replaced over to CityNet for use in potentially pulling through fiber through the neighborhood itself.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up, next, please. Director Matola.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Ann Matola, your Community Services Director. And this evening, I'm going to present 6 park projects for you. 2 of them are funded, 2 of them are pending grants, and 2 of them are unfunded, but we're optimistic we presented them to you as we keep our eye out for funding. So the first project it's actually not Beckner Shelter, it's Beckner Shelter Road. And we're looking at the road that connects the parking lot near the existing pool at City Park to the Beckner Shelter picnic area. So it is the access road to the Beckner Shelter and also an access to walking trails at Juniper-Serra County Park. Over the years, staff has been making attempts to fix the potholes, but the deterioration is beyond the ability for staff to patch up, so the proposed CIP will allow for repaving of the road and parking lot to provide a smooth and safe route for both vehicular and pedestrian use. The next 2 projects, Florida Ave and Parks Pathways, are connected to the Prop 68 funded statewide park development and community revitalization grant program. With regard to Florida Park, we know the history on this. Council approved a master plan for the park in October 2016. In May 2017, demolition and remediation of the property was completed, and there was a park design completed that time, but construction was held up when some neighbors appealed that design. And following a settlement with Friends of Florida Park, in fall of 2019, a new design that included a specimen tree was finalized. So those construction drawings, they were completed about a year ago, so they would be shelf ready for round 4 of the Prop 68 funded state grant program. So we have submitted an application that was in March of this year. We'll find out in late summer if we receive an award. The park pathways. So this project includes rehabilitation of pathways throughout Pacific Heights Park. Upgrading pathway is part of our ADA transition plan, and this is the final park pathway system that's been identified as needing rehabilitation. In previous years, we've worked at City Park, Commodore Park, and Grundy Park. The city will be applying for the Prop 68 per capita grant at the end of this calendar year to fund the project. And then Posey Park is also listed here. So this CIP will move forward the project as discussed in the recent council study session on downtown greening and landscaping and park improvements. The project is currently unfunded, but we have submitted a Measure K request to Supervisor Pine for $300,000 to hopefully start the project, and we will continue to look for other sources of funding for this project. Citywide baseball field lighting and fencing upgrades is also unfunded, but we've been looking for different sources of funding for this project. We think it's important, and we're kind of at the time we need to address the field lighting at Laura Field, Diamond 2, 3, and Lions Field. All of these fields use outdated technology, including metal halide bulbs and ballasts. These bulbs are quite difficult to find. They're quite expensive as this technology is being phased out and replaced by LED lit playing fields. That is the new standard, as this new technology provides more uniform light levels for user groups. It also decreases energy consumption by almost half of what the halide bulbs use. So again, as I mentioned, it's unfunded at this time, but we have it as a placeholder and a priority that we're looking for funding sources. Then the Tomler Field Grandstand is also here. Truly, this project will probably creep 1 month into the next fiscal year. The renovation improved a very well-used and treasured community recreation facility. We water sealed the grandstand to eliminate water intrusion, replaced doors and windows, installed new aluminum bleachers, and made various cosmetic improvements to that area. And of course, we also work with the San Bruno Lions Club to make improvements to the concession stand. So this construction is just about to be completed, as I mentioned, and this was funded by Measure K. And that concludes my summary. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from colleagues? Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to add that the San Bruno Community Foundation did provide funding for the Lions to do the upgrade. I think the mayor had a private tour there earlier today by chance, and it's going to look fabulous once it's all complete, and we're looking forward to that. As for the park pathways, there is a segment that's not completed near the concession stand that leads across the way there on the north of the concession stand. It's around 85 feet. It just wasn't completed last time when they did the City Park pathway. Just wanted to note that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, and just a comment. I'm really glad to see the Measure K is being used in San Bruno, and I'm happy to see the report and the progress that we're seeing in our parks. So thank you so much.
Okay. Seeing no other hands up, we'll proceed on to fire. Chief or Chief Delay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Ari DeLay, your fire chief, and I'm here to present this evening the 2 CIP budgets that the fire department has before you. The first CIP budget is an ongoing project that we've had working with the fire department over the last few years, and that's the Crestmoor Canyon Wildfire Mitigation. As the council will recall, in 2020, 2021, we've made some significant progress with that project, conducting wildfire mitigation in Crestmoor Canyon, doing approximately 1.3 miles of clearance along the fire roads in Crestmoor Canyon, and providing defensible space at about 100 feet behind all of the residents at the rim of the canyon in Crestmoor Canyon itself. In 21-22, before you, we'll be working on finalizing a larger Crestmoor Canyon wildfire mitigation plan, which is going to be a guiding document for the next many years to go in Crestmoor Canyon to address the issues of wildfire mitigation. And that plan also requires a CEQA analysis and study, which is part of the budget proposal as well. And secondly, before you, we have the Citywide Wildfire Mitigation Program Enhancement. And this new program would provide necessary critical funds to complete targeted wildfire mitigation projects that will be prioritized based on a number of factors, including the no harm study that was conducted approximately 1.5 to 2 years ago, and other guiding documents that will help us prioritize wildfire issues throughout the city of San Bruno and not just focused on Crestmoor Canyon. And with that, that concludes my report, and happy to answer any questions for you.
Questions from colleagues? Councilmember Hamilton.
Not a question, just a comment. I just wanted to acknowledge the massive amount of work that's been done in the canyon. And I'm glad to see that the effort is going to be expanded citywide. That the chief gave me a tour of the area and all the mitigation efforts that have been done in the canyon. It's truly remarkable the amount of brush that was removed. And encourage residents who may be listening to take a hike through there and watch for large animals when you do so. But it's quite spectacular. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Medina.
Tom Hamilton, Councilman, you took exactly what I was going to say. It was a great tour. The amount of work that's been done in the canyon. If someone that hasn't been by there in years were to walk through, you can see through parts of the canyon along back to the houses for that defensible space. It's really an incredible amount of work. And so thank you, Chief DeLay, and all your staff and the workers that put in that hard work climbing up and down those hills. Thank you.
And for me, some of it's been reiterated, and if you had been in there before and then now, it is truly undescribable. And if you see some of the machinery, but also having a true appreciation for the 3 C's. I've gone and spoke to them on our 10th year of remembrance from the explosion, as what their important role was that they were serving. I've seen them at other times work, and I'll tell you, that is not easy work. And if you know more about that organization and what it really instills and provides for their futures, it's incredible. And I do want to thank, this helped to stem back from us, the city, and Chief DeLay. I think it was his second day on the job. He had to go to the federal court in San Francisco. I had been up there. City manager's been up there, et cetera. And that was converting those probation hours into dollars from the PG&E pipeline explosion of the federal case. And that was in order to put that toward this cause, and it long overdue. So appreciate the effort, the chipping program, and all those other elements that have gone into that. And I think this is one thing the whole community would say. I don't think anybody sees anything negative. And I think if we all can agree, 100% of us, that this is a good thing, and I'm glad we're expanding. So thank you. with that,
Mr. Mayor, before we leave this item, I just want to mention that the City Council may be seeing a change in the Crestmoor Canyon Wildfire Mitigation Project during the fiscal year. The current $3 million of funds are held in trust with the court, and we present a plan and then seek reimbursement. However, the probation is scheduled to end in January of 22. And so what we'll be doing over the next 6 months is finalizing our plan and requesting an advance from the court of all of the money that we intend to expend, so that when the probation ends, we have those funds in trust with the city of San Bruno to continue to work. And so know that that work is already ongoing, but the city attorney is working with the fire department to handle that ask that will happen in the next 6 months.
okay, anything else, Chief?
Nope. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just one very brief comment on that last point.
And the city attorney, I apologize because the way the screen is, had I seen you appear, I would have called on you automatically. City Attorney Mark Tanfran.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that we wouldn't want to leave the impression that once the PG&E's probation is over, that somehow the city loses the ability to request the funds. That's not the case. So what we're considering is the fact that once the probation is been terminated, the judge who is overseeing that fund may no longer be in charge of that particular case. And he is the one who is most familiar with the information and the presentation that the city previously made. So what we thought would be a good strategy would be perhaps before the end of this year to go to the judge and with a plan that's approved by the city council in advance with contractual information and commitments, and say, okay, in the next year or however long it is, we're going to need to spend X number of dollars and try to get a chunk of that in advance before that probation is over and perhaps the case is transferred to another judge that we would then have to re-educate regarding the process. But just because the probation ends doesn't mean we lose any of the money. The money will still be in the court's trust account and will continue to be there indefinitely until the city approaches the court to spend it. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
No, the city attorney, and thank you for making that clear. And also, you've been very involved and been at the court at times. And I think that's a good strategy. Obviously, I've only had to stand before Judge Alsup once and in his courtroom a couple times. And I think he has that desire and passion with some certain criteria to how these monies are spent. And I think that's a good strategy in which to pursue. So thank you.
But the city has a record of success in his courtroom as well, which I think is advantageous.
Yes, agreed. All right. Again, thank you, Chief DeLay. And now we will go. Our interim director, Ms. Ritchie, is back.
Yes, good evening again. I'm Haywan Ritchie. I would like to actually hand this portion of the building and facilities CIP to our fleet and facilities manager, Ross Shkuratov.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. How are you guys doing?
Good evening, Ross. Nice background. I had that myself.
Thank you.
I'm glad we didn't both have the same one this evening. But I don't think the council has had an opportunity to see or meet you. So welcome.
Thank you.
To our virtual council meeting, and please proceed.
So we have roughly around 15 projects that we've outlined. A lot of these projects, well, not a lot of them actually, a handful of them came from me touring all the facilities and just identifying needs and speaking with the department heads. CityNet Facility Improvement Project, this encompasses all the building infrastructure and building systems. Arbor Court is one of the projects that is currently basically that's funded. We have roughly around $56,000 to replace the HVAC up there. What I did was I added another couple of fiscal years out and planned to retrofit and upgrade the facility that they have on El Camino. Upon investigation, a lot of the HVAC and just general areas of mechanicals don't meet modern day standards. And it would be best to update them sooner rather than later, just because some of those components, when they start to fail, the repairs actually become more expensive than the actual replacement of the infrastructure. So I have requested $90,000 to start addressing the HVAC as a starting point for all of CityNet's facilities. And this is to piggyback off the Arbor Court CIP that we have from last year. The next project we have is the City Facility Security Improvements Door Access System. This is a system that we researched quite in depth with a lot of input from all of the leaders in the organization. And we found a system that it basically gives you the best of both worlds. This system will allow us to access specific areas with IT access, obviously. And it'll also partner with our Outlook. So, for instance, you create an account in Outlook, and then that gives you building access, and you could have different parameters for different staff, as well as a key card, or you could have a phone app. And the security level is second to none. The codes on the cards and the phones, it's encrypted, it's rotating, it's used by the NSA, so it's a very secure system that helps control access at multiple levels. So our initial project, we used, I believe it was the relief funds from last year. Jennifer Brazel was able to allocate funds to do City Hall as kind of the starting point, and we're going to scale from that point to all of the other city-owned facilities, the police department, fire department, public works. Thus, I am requesting the additional funds to build this system out. Thank you. So these two projects are for the fire department. Station 52 facility improvements. We are requesting, we're not requesting any funds for this next year. We do have funds available, which we're utilizing right now with the design team to remodel the kitchen. The kitchen is not ADA accessible currently and lacks even proper ventilation for the stove. So we're working with the architect to determine some plans on how to expand the kitchen and improve the quality of life at this location. The next project is Fire Station 52 replacement. This project, I would have to defer to the chief if he wants to add anything, but I believe the estimated carryover is just for research to determine whether that's feasible or where the fire department would like this fire station. And Chief, you could expand on that if you like. I'm sorry if I butchered that, but yeah.
No, that you didn't butcher it, and that was fine. Chief DeLay, if you want to add to that?
For sure. These carryover dollars in the CIP budget here, we just have one project that we're actually going to be working on with those carryover budget dollars, and that's what we call a standards of cover study that we're currently working on, and that's to basically properly locate the fire station. If there was to be a fire station rebuild, where would it go? Would it be in the same exact spot? Is that the most advantageous place for it to be for the next 50, 60 years? So we're currently embarking on that process.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
So these projects are for the library. The library generator, it's a little deceiving, the title. So there was a power study done a year or two ago regarding the generator capacity for the library and City Hall. It was determined that the big Detroit diesel generator that's located just south of City Hall is capable of powering not only City Hall, but the library as well. So there was allocated funds to bury the conduit that's currently temporarily ran from the generator into City Hall. That project is actually almost, the documentation portion and contracts are almost wrapped up. We're actually waiting for a PO, and we'll begin work to bury the conduit and get rid of any tripping hazards on the backside of City Hall, or the south side. Library HVAC, this is a carryover project. I was recently on the roof of the library. The HVAC is in dire need of replacement. That system is roughly 25 to 30 years old. And, you know, the life cycle on most commercial size HVAC systems is roughly, you know, 15 to 20 years if they're maintained properly. Many of them are warranted for the first 10 years of life. They have a lot of issues that you see in a cooler climate and, you know, a foggy climate where you get coil rot, where the coils lose efficiency. Many of the new systems are a lot more energy efficient as well. We are in the very preliminary stages of this project. What I've done so far with my facilities team is caught up on basic maintenance, replaced the filtration, and then also we've determined the scope that is needed to bring the facility up to modern day standards and also into the future as well. So the next system we put in, the one that we're going to propose is going to be a VRF system, which will give us a lot of zone control and a lot of energy efficiency, which you don't see in these systems, which just generally feed an area. The next system that we're looking into is going to feed specific zones and not always be running. So we'll see an energy cost savings there. But this project is a while way out while we work with Haywan to determine the scope, and then we'll need to go out to official bid. It's just going to be a lengthy process. And then what I've also done is, you know, I toured every facility. It was really important for me once I was onboarded to go to all the facilities and identify the needs of each facility, and talk to the leadership, you know, at that facility and the organization in general to determine whether this is something we're going to keep. For instance, like Fire Station 52, you know, are we going to rebuild it? And then basically assess the condition based off of what we're going to do as a city with it, and develop a 5-year program on how to bring it up to modern day standards and comfort. And so with the library, it's a 5-year, you know, kind of program of facility rejuvenation. The first year it's basically a top-down approach. We're going to do the roof. The roof up there is 25 to 30 years old and in desperate need of repair. It's actually more expensive to repair the roof than to replace it at this point. We met recently with a roofer up there. So the next 5 years, we basically address all of the deficiencies in the facility, such as, you know, HVAC, the roofing, the windows are single pane, flooring materials, the carpet in there is really old. A lot of the ADA concerns, and there's a few things that, you know, I can't remember off the top of my head, but also shades for the windows. I know the window shades, that portion of the building gets a lot of sun. This next project is actually in progress, the police HVAC. The unit is currently being manufactured overseas, and we're waiting for it to arrive here. We were able to, what that also includes under the HVAC is the roof as well. The roof is on its last, I would say, last chapter, and it needs desperate repair. We've been called to multiple leaks throughout the year at this facility. So we've been able to accomplish both for the project budget of $355,000. And the PO and everything has been already established for both projects. We'll have this done by the end of the year, and we'll be set for another 15, 20 years at that facility. The recreation center, or the RAC, I'd have to defer this. I'm not managing this project, so I'd like to defer this to Haywan if she'd like to add anything.
Ross, why don't I take that really quick?
Okay.
City Council, you know about the RAC. We went through the budget last night. Just one note on the total project budget does not match the $59.9 million. That is because the traffic signal at Oak and Crystal Springs is actually a separate capital improvement project, and so the money for that shows up in a separate capital improvement project. That's why the total doesn't match, but it's exactly what we talked about last night from all the various sources.
And this is also another slide that I haven't had much. It's not really been headed by my team. I know that Public Works has been kind of the spearhead on all three of these or four of these improvements. I know the deck is done. Hewan, would you like to add anything to these projects?
Sure, thanks, Ross. I can discuss the senior center parking lot and trash enclosure. So we did have staff designing that, and that is nearing completion. But unfortunately, the staff member who was working on that departed the agency. The good news is that we are expecting a new CIP engineer to onboard next month, and this will be one of the first projects that they work on, and hopefully, relatively soon, finish out the design of that and go to construction.
I'm sorry, Russ, to interrupt. Hey, Juan, since you're on this topic, one of my questions would be, obviously, we can't predict everything, but obviously, as a senior center that has not had folks utilizing it for obvious reasons, it would have been advantageous to have the striping done, the trash containment done. Is there any guesstimate as to when, at least, like the striping is maybe the more priority, but when that might be occurred, or do you have any idea?
Yes, my understanding with the ADA requirements is that if we were to restripe, we have to update the ADA, and that is part of the senior center parking lot project, is to improve the ADA to current compliance standards, and then we would be able to stripe. And so this would all be one project at the senior center to hopefully reduce the impacts. I can't exactly put a time frame on it right now, but if we have the new staff member on board next month, I'm hoping within several months up there that we are able to go to advertise to construction. So if I had to put a number on it, I would say around 6-month time frame.
Okay, thank you for that. And I apologize for pausing through your presentation, Ross.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. And I do notice that I do have one project on here. Danielle and I and Community Services, we've gotten together on multiple occasions to just walk the facility and determine what the needs are. We've identified that the facility has an incredible HVAC system. It's surgical grade. There are bag filters on the system, as well as regular filtration that you see in any other. So it's a double filtered air that goes into that building. It's actually, if there's ever an emergency, that's the best place to go. It has surgical grade HVAC with HEPA filters. The other thing is, what we did was identify the needs of the facilities. The restrooms are quite old, and they don't meet modern day ADA standards. The toilets are a little too low. I believe that the counter height in one area needs to be lowered slightly. So this senior center facilities improvement project that you see here as a first line item, that's 5 years of programming basically to get the senior center updated. It's a 35-year-old building that it's had maintenance. It hasn't had the upgrades just to bring it up to date. So I believe this project is currently unfunded, but if you ever have funding become available, this would be a great place to spend it.
In addition, City Council, one of the areas of funding that we are looking at is the bequest funds that may be used for improvements at the senior center. And so with the finance director and the city attorney have had several meetings on that, and we'll be coming back to you at a later date with a recommendation on that. And as you know, the Senior Center Advisory Board also have a process with regard to bequest funds, and we will undertake that process. So that is why they're here as unfunded. They are important improvements to be done, and we need to do more work on identifying the availability of funds to.
I'm sorry, City Manager, were you referencing the senior center facilities improvement element?
Yes.
Okay.
The $376,000.
Yeah, I thought there was monies allocated at the parking lot and the trash enclosure already.
Yes,
through that process. Okay, thanks.
I believe that is all for that. So I'm not quite sure what some of these are, and what projects these were that were unfunded. I know we have a couple. I know we have a couple of projects for these. If you give me a second, I'd just like to review it. Oh, so we are doing the ADA transition plan, which is at the very bottom. We've had to delay it slightly just because of funding, but we are still on track to complete it by the end of this regular calendar year for year 2, based off the assessments or the consultant that we had a few years back. Like I said, the senior center, and I'm working from the bottom towards the top. The senior center, that was the bequest funds that City Manager Jovan had mentioned, so that's unfunded. Public Works Courtyard, I believe this was to do with a red striping or some sort of striping in front of Huntington, in front of the Public Works Yard for parking. Police Plaza, I am not quite sure what this project was, but there was a CIP for one. Hey, Juan, I'm not quite sure if you remember what all these projects are. Some of them I recognize, some I don't.
I mean, I think these are long-range projects that, we, that are identified as needing, major renovations or replacements, and I think they're unfunded. I personally have not gotten up to speed completely on what all the projects are. I think suffice to say there's, numerous facilities that need some attention, but the funding is the issue.
And I think council has been made aware of the various elements and some of these, from the Fireman's Hall to other facilities and things that are happening. So I think it's just an overview for council to see as you've concluded your presentation.
Yeah.
So Ross, I was going to say, obviously you've brought quite a bit forward, so you've been busy. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here this evening. And we will move on back to our interim director, the chief, please.
Yes, thank you, Ross, for that. And thank you, Mayor. So the Streets Fund has multiple projects. The first project is the accessible pedestrian ramps. This project is performed in conjunction with the sidewalk repair program because they are both concrete. As the city receives requests for curb ramp and other ADA improvements on the street right-of-way, we perform those. The BART right-of-way is the transfer of right-of-way on Huntington that is a remnant of the BART project, and that is funding to get that transferred with the city of San Bruno. The bicycle and pedestrian improvements, there are 3 projects related to the multimodal facilities. There's a Huntington Cycle Track project, which has approximately $2.3 million in grants and $270,000 in local match. The Huntington San Antonio Bike Ped Corridor project, which will install bicycle and pedestrian facilities within that corridor. There's also a $100,000 private contribution for bicycle and pedestrian improvements around Mills Park. Next slide, please. The Transit Corridors Connection Project. This is a grant that we anticipate receiving this month from MTC to install bulb outs at San Bruno Avenue and Green Avenue. The Crystal Springs Utility Undergrounding, that is a district that was formed not too long ago, and that would place the utilities from overhead to underground. Next slide, please. The downtown parking meters is a project to install metering within downtown to encourage the transfer of vehicles. The downtown trash receptacle and newspaper rack enclosure project. It does show 130,000 carryover and 30,000 in new requests. However, we did place an order approximately 52 trash receptacles. The $130,000 should also be able to fund the big bellies that were also discussed. The $30,000 from the Equipment Reserve Fund is allocated for the newsstands, and that is because the $130,000 in AB 939 funding cannot be used on newsstands. Last item is the payment management program. I do want to note that there is, a substantial carryover in this, and this was, somewhat due to the staff resources. However, this will be another one of those projects that are new staff that we anticipate onboarding in July. We'll take on, and we hope to make, quite a bit of headway. This project includes this SB1 street reconstruction projects, as well as a slurry seal project, and the design of a street rehabilitation project where the design will happen this fiscal year and construction would happen next. The pedestrian safety and traffic calming program consists of various projects, including the traffic safety parking committee studies. As an update, we have undertaken, we've contacted residents that have requested traffic calming, and 6 of them had proceeded with collecting signatures for petition. 5 of the 6 had returned the petitions, and we're now collecting traffic speed and count surveys. And so we are making progress in that, and we are continuing to contact the residents from who have made those requests. This program also includes a local road safety plan, which is grant funded. Pedestrian warning beacons, we have enough funding to add 1 more location. The Oak and Crystal Springs traffic signal project, which the city manager had mentioned, and the San Bruno Cherry Avenue traffic signals, and that will be brought before council next month for award. The Scott Street, if you could go back to the last slide. The Scott Street grade separation, this entails the next phase of the project, which is the project approval environmental documents phase. The sidewalk repair project is an annual project to correct offsets in the sidewalk. The streetlight pole replacement project will also be brought to council the later part of this month for award. Next slide, please. The traffic signal rehabilitation program consists of 2 projects, which includes signal traffic priority control. There's the state signals remain, so this is to give priority for emergency vehicles. And the other project is, there are 3 remaining in city-owned signals with 4 signals in Caltrans that need the parts replaced. And the last project in this is the Safe Routes to School plan, which was just brought to council actually yesterday evening for award of the consulting contract. That concludes the Streets Fund. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from colleagues? Vice Mayor Medina?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the update, Director Ritchie. In these various projects, Measure G money sprinkled in here and there. Where was the 1.4 million referred to as in pothole repair? Or I just couldn't find that, and I heard that number referred to again. I was wondering if we get a little more clarity on where that is.
I may need to get back to that. I'm not familiar with the 1 million pothole.
Was it 1.4, City Manager?
I wonder if that's an operating budget?
No, hey Juan, Richie, what I believe Councilmember Medina is referring to is the 1.4 million in Measure G funding. Where within the street program is that allocated?
Okay.
Got it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It is sprinkled in various different projects. When I heard it today saying 1.4 million in potholes, I thought there was a potential change in the Measure G allocation, but apparently there isn't. So that's the same number. My question is, now that we've provided direction to staff that in the budgeting that we didn't want the Measure G money to go to the staffing, that then that would result in additional funding available for street repair.
I see. So this current budget reflects the previous allocations of Measure G. I don't believe that those have been reallocated to projects at this time. At least it's not reflected in these slides. However, I guess City Manager Grogan, if you wanted to comment on the Measure G that weren't utilized for the positions, and if they would be reallocated.
Sure. So let me sort of summarize what we're talking about. So we're talking about the 21-22 proposed allocation of Measure G of 1.4 million. Where it's at. That is in various capital improvement projects. I'm looking at a number of the sheets. There's 200,000 in the pavement management program. There's another, the pavement management program slurry seal for 21-22. There's another 575,000 in the pedestrian safety and traffic calming program summary, as well as others that I'm not and then another 500,000 for another traffic signal.
Yes, and then I see 225,000 in the sidewalk repair program.
Yeah, and the Councilmember Medina's question is, now that there will be approximately $1 million on fund balance for Measure G, is there additional street projects that we can allocate those funds to at this time? And so what we said earlier is that the city manager's office would work with engineering staff and the committee to identify where funds could be allocated to specific projects. Knowing that we are carrying over significant street projects. So it's up there on the screen, 6.4 million is prior carryover, and then asking for another 6.2 million. And so at this point, staff has not identified specific additional projects for Measure G funding. And at this point, we are working on bringing on an engineer that hopefully will start in the next few weeks to address the $12.6 million that may potentially increase by another few $100,000 to $1 million. But at this point, we're not ready to identify where that additional money could go.
That's fair. I just wanted to ask and clarify for myself that where that 1.4 million is, and it is like it was the other night. It's dispersed. The sidewalk repair program, it didn't happen this year, if memory serves me correct, and my interest there would be, since it didn't happen last year, that we could increase the size of that project. And staff, I'll just express it. I don't need to answer. I just wanted to express, and staff is going to go back and look at this new hire and how they could perhaps expand the sidewalk repair program for the upcoming year.
Yes, that's certainly something we can take a look at. There are locations, and so it's a matter of including them in the contract documents.
Right. That's my questions for now. Thank you.
Other questions from colleagues? Just for me on the sidewalk, for historical perspectives, sidewalks, they're responsibilities from the city, responsibility from the homeowner, and the city took the effort of let's lead by example and take care of our areas. Started with the most hazardous, worked our way down as far as the inches of displacement. So, and I don't know the last time that that was updated, and I know monies were put into that. So, as this process, as the vice mayor said, comes in, maybe we, we're round it all up to kind of know where we're at, where we need to go. Okay, not seeing any hands up. Next, please. Back to CityNet Services, or yes.
Mute. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the Council, Sandeep Krishnamurthy, here to present the capital improvement projects for the technology or the Internet Information Services Division. The technology projects that we wish to propose for the coming fiscal year include the following. The first of which is a strategic software needs assessment. The budget for the project is $103,000, which includes $53,000 of carryover from last year, and the new request is for $50,000. There is this need to assess software needs across the entire enterprise, and it's not restricted to any one department. This request is to fund potential consulting engagements to assess needs across various groups, including the police, fire, public works, and others. The next request is for data security, business continuity, disaster recovery improvement. Here, the project has already been completed substantially thanks to the grant of ARA funds to cover the expense of the installation of a disaster recovery system, which is state-of-the-art. And what's requested here is a defunding of the carryover amount of $92,370. The next request is for the Tyler content upgrade management system. The upgrade has already been completed through the finance department, and the Eden system has been upgraded in terms of storage. So the new request is to defund $7,780. Could we go to the next slide?
Sure. Sandy, let me jump in real quick. You mentioned it was ARA funding for the data security. It wasn't ARA, it was the CARES Act funding, which was that state COVID assistance funding that we received in the current fiscal year. Just to clarify.
Thank you for the correction. Yes, that is correct. On this slide, we have the next slate of projects we are proposing for funding in the coming fiscal year. The first of which is the replacement of city phones. The carryover is the amount that's requested, which is $187,000. The need for the system is because the current call manager, which is the heart of the city's on-premise phone system, is reaching its end of support in October of 21. The research for the new phone system as its replacement has been completed, and solution has already been put in place. This amount will fund the implementation of that solution. The e-Trackit and Trackit upgrade, the budget for the project is $370,000. The new request is for $170,000, which substantially goes towards funding an e-Trackit upgrade. This is the licensing system used by Community and Economic Development and Finance, and IT is implementing the system on behalf of these departments. This is a consumer-facing product. The next request is for the EOC equipment upgrade. The Emergency Operations Center, as we discovered at the beginning of the COVID pandemic and need for activation of the EOC came about, has equipment that has become very dated and needs replacement. What is foreseen in terms of replacement is this pool of funding of $150,000, which is the request, to place enough technology in there such that people who staff the EOC going forward can carry their devices from wherever they're working with it and plug into improved technological infrastructure in place at the EOC. Disaster recovery, as I had mentioned before, new state-of-the-art system has already been put in place. The request here is for an amount of $150,000 to continue with the implementation of best practices for disaster recovery, one of which is the geographical relocation of the storage area network, which has already been upgraded. The final request is for the ERP upgrade. The project budget is at $2 million. City Manager Grogan had previously covered it in earlier slides. This is the core of what the city does in terms of the flow of dollars through various departments and the implementation of all the projects that are approved by you. The new request is for $200,000, and this goes towards substantially funding the consulting assignments required to identify the next generation ERP platform to be implemented by the city. The request beyond 21-22 would include an amount of $1.8 million, which together with the current request for $200,000 would complete the $2 million slated as the budget for this project. The total project budgets requested by the IT group is to the tune of $3.206 million. Carryovers of $340,000 are included, leading to a new request in this fiscal for $619,000, and the requests for years out would be at $2.2 million. This brings me to the end of this section. I'm happy to address any questions, answer them.
Any questions from colleagues? Seeing no hands, we can proceed, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did not cover this one particular section, so if I may.
Well, no, hold on. You've already asked. You can't come back and ask for more now. No, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The unfunded portions of the CIP project list for technology include the following. The first of which is the application and infrastructure upgrade. If you recall from the previous slide, we have asked for software assessment funds as one of the CIPs. Of course, the upgrade portion of what comes out of those consulting assignments to assess what kind of software upgrades are needed across the city is not funded at this time. The other upgrades that are not funded at this time include financial and ancillary systems, which is the $1.8 million we had put in place for the ERP upgrade, permitting and inspection software, data warehousing, and BI, or business intelligence and reporting. This now truly brings me to the end of my presentation, so thank you.
Thank you again. Vice Mayor Medina.
Yeah, I recall city manager mentioning of partnering with the county and maybe some other cities on some upgrades. Is this what the 1.8 million is?
No, no, it's the 1.8 million would go towards funding our portion. Yes, it is. It could be. What's happening right now is more of, to my understanding, it's more of a gathering together of information and resources across various cities, trending in the direction of implementing a common solution across many municipalities.
Right, and the 1.8 million of those systems, that's what is unfunded and which we're looking into.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, we can proceed, please, to equipment reserve and vehicles.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Dennis Bosch, your Public Works Deputy Director of Maintenance and Operations. For the equipment reserve, they're general fund departments only. used to fund heavy equipment, furniture, fixtures, and needed vehicles. Prior to 2021, $340,000 was allocated annually from departments, but postponed this year for a second time as a budget balancing strategy. Reserve balance will be less than $3.4 million by the end of 21-22. Next slide, please.
Sure. Director Bosch, let me just jump in real quick here. Council, as a reminder, we have postponed our funding of our equipment and fleet reserves for 2 years now. And so just looking at equipment, that's more than $600,000, approaching almost $700,000 that would have been in our reserve funds. And so we can't continue that much longer. If it was allowable to utilize ARPA funds, we would have recommended that. Unfortunately, that is not an allowable expense. But it's just important to note that for the last 2 years, due to the status quo budgeting and or cutbacks, we haven't made allocations to these reserve funds. And it's just further creating a challenging situation because we know that those funds began the COVID-19 pandemic underfunded. And so at some point really soon, we're going to have to either find a way to replace that money and return to funding the annual allocation or just begin funding the annual allocation, realizing that, in this one fund, upwards of $780,000 or $680,000 has not gone in there.
Please proceed, Mr. Bosch.
Thank you. So reinstitute allocation once financial resources are available, separate accounts for equipment, furniture, and vehicles, and develop a complete inventory and consider additional funding. Next slide. So before you tonight is basically, as part of the equipment, I'm talking about the vehicles, we have a total of 8 vehicles. 6 are being replaced and 2 are new requests. Of the 6, there are 4 police vehicles and 1, actually they're all for the police department, but 4 marked interceptors and then 1 unmarked vehicle and then 1 community service officer truck. Of the 2 new requests, that is a mobile command vehicle, which if the fire inspector position is approved, the chief delays vehicle will be moved to the fire inspections, and then his vehicle will serve as a mobile command vehicle and a backup to the battalion chief's vehicle. The other request is for a pavement repair truck. This came and is being funded or requested from Measure G. Basically, at this point, when crews go out to repair potholes and or if we use a 5-yard dump truck, it takes multiple people, and basically we're not filling them how we could with this truck. This truck is kind of like a one-stop shop in the sense that we can get deeper into the pothole and we could put a more permanent patch that will then that repair per se to the pothole will last far longer than the process and what we're putting in the potholes to this point. So the recidivism to these potholes that the way we're repairing them now will be pushed back farther and we'll get more bang for the buck out of it. Next slide. These are from the Parks Department. If there's any questions, maybe you could refer to Community Services Director Matola. Next slide.
That concludes the vehicle and equipment request. But can I ask Fire Chief Delay to articulate the mobile
City Manager, can you hold for a second? I wanted to go back in perfect slide. I wanted to take department by department, and let's go around the room and see if there's any concerns and or questions in regards to the equipment and vehicle requests. So to my colleagues, and I see Vice Mayor, you have your hand up, but I'm going to ask to do it in sections. So first, let's take the police. There's 4 marked Ford police. There's 1 unmarked as you see, one community service and patrol rifles. Are there any concerns and or questions in regards to any of those items? Councilmember Mason. You're on mute.
Thank you. I just wanted some clarification on the vehicles because there's a vehicle and equipment replacement and amortization schedule that's in the binder. Is this what we have, or this is kind of the rule of thumb for these particular vehicles within these departments?
So as part of our vehicle and equipment replacement schedule, which was we created several years ago for our equipment and vehicle purchasing policy, the vehicles for marked patrol vehicles, the replacement schedule is 5 years or a minimum of 85,000 miles. So as part of our request for these replacements, these vehicles, and this information was first started several months ago when we started the budget, the vehicles meet the standard for being past 5 years. And the vehicles, 3 of the vehicles of the marked ones were at 90,000 at the time. One was at 80. So being that these vehicles, almost some of them are being run 20 hours a day for 2 10-hour shifts, unless I'm wrong, but about the shift time, but they run 2 shifts concurrently. The 90,000 vehicles I would presume to be probably about 100, 110,000, and the one vehicle that was 80,000 would probably be about 95 now. So that's for the marked vehicles. For the Toyota Sienna, or what would be the vehicle that it's replacing, that was at 15 years old, and it already was at 100,000 miles. And for the unmarked vehicles, our standard is 10 years or 100,000 miles. So again, it meets the replacement requirements.
Okay, and these are, so it's about 20 20,000 miles a year. Sounds like it's the average.
I don't know the average. All I know is that the total numbers on the community service vehicle, basically it was at 100,000 miles, and it was a 2006. So we're already past the 10 years service requirement for that vehicle.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Was there any other questions on the police portion? Okay, seeing none there, I'm going to move to the fire, and I was going to make a comment, so I don't want to kind of supersede the fire chief because gosh knows, or the city manager. I just want to give a personal experience, and that's the only reason probably I'm saying this, is this question came up in my mind about the mobile command vehicle. And what I thought back to was being at a scene where the battalion chief uses their vehicle. And they have, where they pull it out, they actually have all the displays, they have they become the command post, shall we say, on site. What I didn't think about is just like your personal car. So let's say my car's in the shop or it needs repair. Well, we need a backup, and we need something to be able to ensure the security and safety of our community. So that was just a personal lesson because near my home, something happened, and I thought, what if? So I just wanted to say that because I know some people, I heard one comment from someone who was like, hey, what's another command when you got a command? So that's my interpretation. But I used my own personal experience when the car had to go in to a shop of the kind of comparable. So to have people understand. City manager, please help me, guide me a little better.
Yeah, that's why I was going to ask the fire chief to do a little bit of an explanation on this, because the title says mobile command, and I don't want anyone to confuse that with the mobile command vehicle that the San Bruno Community Foundation and YouTube just paid for. That was a over $300,000 mobile incident command vehicle. So, Fire Chief, will you give a brief overview of what this vehicle is?
Absolutely. So should the fire inspector position be approved in the budget, the concept was to utilize the current vehicle that I'm in, which has a limited, it has a single radio in it with no other features to be able to provide that backup for the battalion chief's vehicle or any larger scale incidents within the city. So basically what our proposal would be is we would push that other vehicle down to the inspector, which needs very limited capabilities in that vehicle, and purchase a new vehicle, more outfitted to provide day-to-day stuff for backup for the battalion chiefs. And should that vehicle be damaged or get in an accident, we have the ability to push that to the battalion chief without going outside to any other agency.
And thank you, City Manager, because I didn't think about the other clarification. There could be that perception of, well, I thought you just had something. So thank you for clarifying that too. So it is, and again, I believe that our chief should have the equipment to respond, and as well as we do need a backup should things go into a shop or what have you. So does anybody have any questions or comments in regards to the mobile command vehicle for fire? Seeing none, let's move on to the streets, the pavement repair truck for streets. Any colleagues with questions or comments on that? Okay. Seeing none, if we can turn to slide 63. Oh, hold on.
I was slow.
No, I apologize. No problem. Councilmember Hamilton.
So what is the estimated service life for the pavement repair truck? I didn't see that one in the list, probably because it's new and probably we weren't considering it when the schedule was put together, unless I missed it.
You know, you're absolutely correct. This replacement schedule was made before that, but much like lots of our trucks, like our Vector, our combination trucks, we consider those to be on here would be heavy duty above 1 ton or 5 yard. So that'd be 7 service years or 70,000 miles. You know, much like some of these larger pieces of equipment, sometimes it's not about the mileage, it's about the hours, right? So, I mean, so yes, it sounds like you understand. So, I mean, it can sit at a site, it may not have that many miles on it, but that's exactly why on some of these we go by years, because we can beat up some vehicles, you know, pretty good in the sense of they don't have lots of miles, but they show their wear and tear, and we start spending a lot more money on them, and it becomes not cost effective. So I would say that for this vehicle, I would probably put it as a medium to heavy use truck, 3/4 ton to 1 ton, and that would be 7 years, 85,000 miles.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you. Definitely need more vehicles. I had a couple questions. One was for Chief DeLay about this comment, page 418, about the $119,000 for apparatus rental that was generated from the fire department. I was wondering if we could just have a little bit of further discussion on that, or detail on what that actually is.
That's a reimbursement. Yeah. Yes, Councilmember Medina. So when we take our strike teams out on these large-scale wildfires, we are not only reimbursed for the personnel to make the city whole, but we are also reimbursed with a rental agreement that basically pays us for the apparatus that respond outside of our jurisdiction to those large-scale disasters throughout the state. We are paid at a rate of $140 an hour for those vehicles for a maximum of 16 hours a day. So we spent quite a bit of time, the fire department, I think approximately 45 days on what we call out-of-county assignments. And the fire department will be reimbursed once all the checks come in, or the city, to the tune of about $119,000 for those equipment rentals. And that was just noted as a contribution back, could potentially be utilized back to that equipment reserve as reimbursements from those out-of-county assignments.
No, that's great. That's great to hear. Thank you for that. I think this is probably the right time just to be concerned that we're deferring the vehicle reserve, right? That
Vice Mayor, can we go just go through the streets and then the parks, and then we'll get back to the general.
Sure, I'm done with all those. That's fine.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, do not. Because I was going to say something about the 119,000, but on the general equipment, like you said. Okay, next slide, which I think is page, 63? All right, so we have two parks. It's the mower and the mower trailer. I'm going to assume, I didn't want to, I could have called Bob Magny and asked him how long he had been using them, but I'm going to assume it's quite a length of time. But questions to staff on that, and first is Councilmember Hamilton.
This is just a general question, not about these specific purchases, which I'm fine with. Do we have any equipment sharing agreements with the school district? Is there any overlap there where we can so that both entities don't need to maintain something that maybe isn't used every day, or have we ever explored that?
We currently do not. In the past, we have looked at, and this goes back maybe 10, 15 years. We've talked to other cities, and the problem is it becomes a scheduling or when something serious happens, this is ours, we want it now, we want it back. So the strategics or trying to share equipment really became, or the idea of trying to set that up became problematic.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no questions on the two parks item. Now, on general comments or statements for the equipment and vehicle requests, I know the Vice Mayor, you had something, and it was about the 340+ thousand not being reserved.
Right. So when we put that aside last year, we were in last year scrambling. The concern is, and you can read it right there, that it's not the way to do things. And I'm just asking if others feel the same way, and what can we do about it? Should we make sure money's being put there? Do we don't have money to put there? I feel that this is something that has repeatedly been done in the past, because we do have a revenue problem. We have a revenue problem with huge needs in our community. And when we put things off and defer replacement, it just winds up being more costly later. So I wanted to just bring this up, and how creative can we be in not giving nothing 2 years in a row. It's 680,000. It's a reserve is there for a reason, and I said enough about it. I think I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to think about it.
I'll go. My opinion, I had two things. Let me touch on your question, then I'll go on the department generated from the strike teams. I am concerned about, I had a note right here, I am concerned not having the 340 for a second consecutive year. I'm gonna have to look to finance and the city manager to see if it's plausible, or do you wait at the second reporting of the budget when approved and see if there are monies that are able to make an amendment to the budget, potentially. There was some years ago, I was, younger in tenure here on the council, and I had started remembering my days here, and it was like, hey, has anybody looked at this stuff? Now, what they did do, the staff went through and did a hard look and said, you know what, does this object still exist? Are we reserving for the right thing? Are we reserving at the right level? Because obviously time goes by and costs go up. So they did do that, and I can't recall the year it was. I'd have to go back and look at the notes. But that's just on the equipment reserve. I have the same concern on 119,000 getting back from the state for this year, and as we enter into fire season. I had brought this up because realizing the amount that we receive back from the strike team, sometimes it would go to wherever. And I think since we're getting money for apparatus, and fire apparatus is not cheap, because it said it could, I would like to see it go into, unless it's otherwise, and the manager would have to tell us desperately needed somewhere. I'd like to see it go into replacing those engines and the trucks when they come, because those things, my friends, are not cheap. So fire season happens annually, and I think those monies being allocated will serve us better. So those were my comments to answer your question, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hamilton.
I'm certainly supportive of trying to find a way to fund this so that it's not so it doesn't go unfunded 2 years in a row. But because it was done as a budget balancing strategy, that money's going to need to come from somewhere. And Mr. Mayor, you just kind of went over this as well. So I would want to know where we're going to pull it from in order to, and it could be from many places, but obviously the money would need to come from somewhere, and I would need to know what that would be before I would be supportive of it.
Thank you. Any other comments from colleagues? Not seeing any hands up. I would go if the city manager had any final thoughts on those comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hamilton was right. Because it was done as a budget balancing strategy, there's currently not general fund revenue, which is how that allocation would normally work to cover the $340,000 allocation. As I said before, we would have proposed ARPA funds, but it's not allowable. One option that's available to the city council is to utilize Measure G funds, maybe not in a strict allocation, but potentially when you look at the vehicles that are proposed, while I don't think we could get to, if we utilize, if we replace some of the police vehicles, certainly, but if you replace the pavement repair truck, which aligns to roads and streets, Measure G, that's 240. Measure G also talked about park maintenance, and so the park vehicles would be allowable under that general framing, as well as the police vehicles. And so I do think that if the city council wanted to make up this amount in Measure G and tie it to specific vehicles, you could get there. And so that's really the pot that we have to go to at this point.
Sorry, Councilmember Hamilton.
No problem. I mean, especially for the pavement repair truck, given what we've learned and how that particular piece of equipment will make us more efficient in how we're able to address potholes and whatnot. That seems to be a pretty strong case for using Measure G for. So, City Manager, just so I understand, so you're saying if we were to earmark Measure G funds specifically for example, this piece of equipment, that then the funds that are proposed in the budget for that piece of equipment could be put toward the reserve allocation. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're proposing.
Absolutely, that is what I said, and our finance director has just called out to me that we've already done that. And so, if you look in your budget book under equipment reserve for the funding sources, that 240 for the pavement truck is already recommended to come from Measure G. Oh. And so, to get to the 340, you would really need to utilize the funding for either for the police vehicles and the minor amount for the other park vehicles.
Okay. Thank you.
So when you look at the police vehicles, the four interceptors are within 20,000 of what that annual allocation would have been at 340.
Councilor Mason.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is there any way to identify the vehicles that are most needed and maybe buy those now, like 3, for example, and then postpone another year the remaining vehicles. And I do agree that the pavement repair truck falls in line with the spirit of Measure G, because that's really what was advertised. But I do think with the other vehicles, is that a possibility?
If I could take that.
Go ahead, Director.
If you remember, several weeks ago, Chief Johansson gave a pretty complete definition of what the police cars go through and how they're used. Even for myself, formerly driving a police car, they are put to they are made to work, and they are worked to the best of their ability, in the sense that they are responding to calls. They are important. They need to be in top mechanical shape for the safety of the police officer, and need to be in top mechanical shape for the residents that we serve around us. You can do maintenance and repairs, but after a while, and not to get too technical, but the car just becomes loose, and so because the frame of the car just gets wear and tear. Several of these cars get in accidents, and then so it's not just like it's a perfect car reaching 5 years or 100,000 miles. It's a car that has sometimes, unfortunately, been in some wrecks. Again, we did not replace any vehicles last year, and I'm really concerned that we're going to fall too far behind. So it would be my recommendation that we don't hold off on the interceptors. We've held off on the unmarked before, but the money that I discussed it with our fleet manager, Ross. The longer we hold off on replacing vehicles, the more money we start spending on repairs. And so it's just not, if you take a car and you decide not to repair it, it's not like it's just it standalone in time. We start throwing lots of money at these things. And so, an unmarked isn't necessarily used as a marked vehicle, but without getting too far into the police business, it is used. And I had Ross do a run the other day, and a lot of our fleet is right at hovering 10 years. So hopefully that answers your question.
So then, that is helpful. How much are we spending on maintenance on average a year?
I don't have the numbers on me right now. I could get that later for you.
Okay.
And I mean, again, it's going to be different for an older car than a newer car, obviously. So I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that, but I'm not sure if I were to get you that number, if that would get you the answer that you're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the safety of those in the vehicle is the most important part of this entire conversation. With that said, it's also trying to figure out if there's anything that can wait a year without putting anybody at risk. So that's helpful. It would be helpful if at the next meeting we can have an idea of what the cost of maintenance is. And then I also wanted to ask, is the numbers in this amortization that was given to us, are those based on San Bruno, or that's the average within the industry?
Average in the industry, and average when I called other municipalities, just to make sure that the information that I was getting was reality.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I was going to go. Vice Mayor's hand's been up, but Vice Mayor, I'd like permission, if possible, to ask to come back to you. I see Chief Johansson has his hand up. That's okay.
There's no reason to ask my permission. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly to respond to Councilmember Mason's questions. It's a perfectly valid question, and the answer is, quite frankly, that for a number of years up until last year, we did exactly that, to the point where we have pushed our fleet to where we really cannot afford to have even a single vehicle out of service. Doing so literally requires, on many occasions, us to combine two officers who are each responsible for an independent beat or service area of the city into one car. If we have a vehicle that goes down for maintenance or gets crashed, we've just populated our fleet so sparsely. We went through a 3-year period of not purchasing a single police interceptor to replace vehicles. And so we're still trying to recover from that. If we weren't, I think it would be perfectly reasonable to say, look, we're not suggesting you drive a vehicle that's got 100,000 miles on it. We're suggesting you shelve it for a year to help us balance the budget, which makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, I think that we did that, like I said, for 3 years and are just now kind of recovering from that scenario. And so we've put ourselves in a situation where I just think that, quite frankly, we really can't put off the purchase of these vehicles. The one that, and I hesitate to say it because it really is a need or we wouldn't have brought it to you, but the one that would be up for some level of discussion would be the Community Service Officer Ford F-250, namely because we're not even fully staffed at the CSO position at this point in time as it is. So it's a significant need, but that would be the only one that I think we could kind of be scrutinizing about.
And through the mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, please.
Are the vehicles that are then, I don't know if they're auctioned off or they're sold, but is between all of these, would that bring in potentially enough for one vehicle? What happens to the vehicles once they're no longer in use?
We bring them to auction, but we would not get enough to fund even if we were to go for, let's say, the cheapest vehicle, the Toyota Sienna. These amount of vehicles would maybe at the top bring in 10 grand. So yeah, it wouldn't be close to the amount that we would need.
Okay. Vice Mayor, with your indulgence, the city manager has his hand up, and then I promise you're next.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Medina. I wanted to chime in to ask that the police chief come on, but he got my message to come on. But I also wanted to note that a lot of these questions around our fleet and our fleet usage and our replacement schedule will be answered when we undertake a fleet utilization study, which is something that I have experience with personally as a former consultant, but also I've seen and read those reports for other cities. It literally will answer almost every question that has been asked tonight, as well as some that I know have been asked prior, because we've had times where there's been a city council subcommittee to take a look at our fleet. And so that initiative is not recommended right now solely based on money, and we have a new fleet manager that just started, but it is something that staff has talked about, and that is one of the internal operational initiatives that I would like to launch, is for us to undertake a fleet utilization study, as well as a fleet management study that will have a cost to it. You do bring on a specialist that helps to address your replacement schedule and also look at fleet creep, which is you replace a vehicle, but you still keep a vehicle, and all of your various cycling through of your fleet. So I just want to point out that that is a need as organizationally to have a fleet study, and we're going to work on doing that.
Okay, I have two hands, Vice Mayor Medina, then Councilmember Salazar, please.
Right. Thank you. So I'm in support of the request. My question was primarily just on how we can look at, which is a difficult way of adding money into our equipment reserve. I'm looking on page 19, and in 2018, 2019, the equipment reserve was 4.6 million. And so we're drawing that down to where 21, 22, we're at 3.3 million. So we could look at that later, and how we have to, this is very difficult. Setting a budget in San Bruno is difficult. We have a lot of needs. We don't have as much money as we would like. So we have to make hard decisions on equipment, staff, and when we get a little further down the road, I think we need to. I would be pushing for making sure that we're putting something back in, unless I could be convinced that okay, we really can go another year without doing anything there. So just wanted to throw that out, and as we get to making the tougher decisions, to me it's an easy decision to replace the police cars, right? All these things are needed. We didn't buy any interceptors last year or the previous year, so we need to make sure. When I was on my ride along, there was an accident, and we were going on Highway 35, floored, going uphill, and that vehicle needs to be able to get to where it needs to go safely, quickly, and we need to make sure that these vehicles are properly equipped, and they need to be replaced. So, Mr. Mayor, at some point we're going to have to get to those tougher decisions, and I'll leave it up to you to figure out how, when, and when we're going to do that. It is 8:30, and just wanted to keep note of the time.
Okay. Yep. All right. So I have Councilmember Salazar.
Yeah, I'll try to keep my comments quick, and this may have been covered, but Dennis, over the years I've noticed that the unit price of the police vehicles go up dramatically, and I just wanted to double check. Are we still the estimates for these? Is it still assuming that we're getting that fleet price that we normally get from the out-of-state contract? And is there ever any potential to reuse the additional equipment that gets fitted onto the police cars to try to keep the unit cost down and maybe allow us to turn over the inventory a little more frequently?
Okay, so a couple answers. Yes, we still get a governmental cheaper price for the vehicles. What happened recently is that Ford changed, and I say in the last 2 years, Ford changed the body type. So the same pre-mold back seat and the same things we put in the cars that were in the previous vehicle or previous model body type can't be reused in the new type. Yes, up until the body type was changed, yes, we would take out the back seats and we would have them transferred, and we would, if something wasn't such to a point where, if it was still logical to reuse it, we would reuse it. If we would have to buy something new, we would obviously put it in. So what's happened is Ford had a problem with their rollout, and it caused a backlog nationwide of the newer body type, and so we're still fighting with that. All municipalities are of Ford trying to fill past orders. So that even presents a problem of us getting them in a more expeditious time frame. So some of the vehicles that right now are 60,000 are going to be 85,000, 90,000 before you know it. So again, it's that the waves never stop coming, and so there also has been some changes in what is needed for police officers to do their work in relation to radios and the other parts of the vehicle that they use. So all those prices add up too. So in the sense that yes, we do get a wholesale governmental price. We do reuse things when we can, but like anything else, every year the price goes up.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Final comment from Chief Johansson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add to that quickly, Councilmember Salazar, we actually still reuse a lot of the equipment in the police cars, and unfortunately, we're reaching the point where, for example, the computer systems in the police cars are fairly advanced and robust. They run about $9,800 per vehicle, and we have been moving those from vehicle to vehicle for 8 years now. And so those computers are outdated. They'll need to be replaced. They will not last forever. Dennis mentioned the radios, and we've talked a little bit about encryption needs that are coming forward. So we have the need to buy newer, more expensive radios. It'll be mandated by law. And so those are the two big items we always reutilized from car to car. Those in the cameras systems that are in the cars, we reutilize every single time, and it's not dependent on the design of the vehicle like many of the other items that Mr. Bosch spoke to. But we're running up against the inability to do that with at least 2 of those items. The cameras are being replaced through a grant, so we can at least get around having to deal with the upgrade to those. But the computers and the radios are going to be a problem. Now, the computers, we are moving in a direction that will actually be notably cheaper than the previous systems we were using in the cars. And I think that that's a good direction to go, and it will also give more mobility to officers to use tablets in the field. But the radios are going to be notably more expensive than they've ever been before in order to accommodate encryption requirements.
All right, yeah, thank you for adding that, Chief. I think it's important for the taxpayers to know that their dollars aren't being spent frivolously, and staff is doing everything possible to stretch those dollars. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief. And in summary, what I've heard from my colleagues as we went through each section is the importance of making sure our staff and the community are served the best and well. On the 340, as the city manager indicated, it was to have an overall global review and look at where we're at, what the needs are, and that having the data is the best time in which to look at things holistically and globally. And then, you know, as Councilmember Hamilton and I were saying too, there's really nowhere to take it now. But, you know, as we go forward, or we can amend a budget, but at this time, just wanted to summarize a little bit and then ask city manager if we could move to the debt summary, service, not summary. Thank you.
Sure. This section will be presented by our Finance Director, Chen Yu Sun.
Thank you, John. Chen Yu Sun, Finance Director. We have a debt management policy which was adopted by the council in October 2017, and per the policy, we can only issue debt when it's economically efficient. We'll integrate the debt issuance with the capital improvement plan, and the refinancing must generate a 3% of present value saving in principal. Recent debt transactions include 2017 water and wastewater bonds and a 2018 loan to cable for routers. We're still paying off the router loan, and then CityNet has had trouble paying it off. So general fund is taking out the debt payment portion for the last few years. The most recent debt financing activity was the COP refinances police facilities. The AAA credit rating for the city is a general obligation bond. Not all cities bonds are AAA rated. Some of the bonds are a little bit lower than that in the AA, but for the debt back the full face of credit of the city's taxing authority is AAA. So it's very good credit rating, and you cannot go any higher than that. Next slide, please. So this is a look at a debt matrix. Part of the debt policy and then the status. Our debt level has decreased from the last year. Of course, we have issued no new debt, and then the debt being paid off semi-annually. And the debt to market value of assessed property also is dropping from 21 basis points to 17 basis. That's the fall trend. The debt burden is also slightly increased from 4.8% to 4.5%. The amortization has more than about 100% of the debt is going to retire within 10 years. The debt service coverage is related with revenue generation. So we are seeing some decrease in debt service coverage because the revenue generation in terms of the debt service is decreasing. So those are just revenue bonds. So water price and wastewater enterprise, their debt coverage ratio has been dropping slightly. Went from 11 times to 9.7 times. Wastewater is dropped 4.8 times to just about 4 times. In all, the city has very low debt burden. We have additional capacity to assume debt. The metrics are favorable generally comparing to the policy targets. So that concludes my presentation on debt and related issues.
Any questions from colleagues in regard on this topic? Seeing no hands, if we could proceed to the next step slide. Thank you.
Okay, next step would be our final budget meeting on June 22nd, which is a regular city council meeting. And I think at this point, unless there are any other questions, we were going to go back to the personnel section.
Yeah, why don't we go to the next slide? There we go. Okay, because after this one, I think that is the last slide, right? Then the end. Okay, so good. All right, so at this time, what I'm going to suggest is we take 5 minutes, stretch, get something to drink, whatever you need, and then city manager, if you can bring back the slide with the position enhancements, and then maybe we can go down each one of those. Would that work okay, city manager?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes, so be back please at 8:45 with cameras on. Okay, thank you everyone. It's 8:45, we're back and we'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, City Council. I will share screen and we will go back to that slide that was requested. I can learn how to work technology again. We are here ready for questions from the city council.
There, I'm just pulling that up too, bigger. What we could do is first on the allocations of G and the to the ARPA funds. Is there anybody that had any follow-up questions or comments on that element? Not about the position itself, but where it's allocated from. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands at this time.
Well, I'm assuming based on the question, Mr. Mayor, that since the ARPA ones are up now, you're saying would we want to move any of these to Measure G?
Correct.
Is your question? Okay.
Thank you.
No.
I appreciate it. No, okay. All right. With that said, city manager, do you want to just take position by position, or do you want to just ask for a comment? What would be most efficient for you and the team?
My God, in the interest of time, because we've went through all of these once, and some of them twice. If council members have any questions on particular positions, we will attempt to respond tonight if we have the answer. If not, we will make a commitment to respond prior to the next meeting.
And totally understood that answers may not be and should not be expected specifically for tonight. Okay, so we'll open up the floor for council members who want to inquire or ask for more information to be brought on the positions that you see before you. Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you. So for the Deputy Community Services Director, we heard tonight that staff is preparing that. So that is one that is going to be taken care of. In returning our maintenance workers in parks and public works, I'm just a little cautious of just bringing everything back without knowing more of what they're doing. I know they're needed, but where are they working? The council has asked about how do our medians ever get taken care of? Will that be one of the things they're going to come back and be able to do? Is that still not enough that we should be considering outsourcing our median maintenance? It seems to be something that is hard to do with the staff that we have. So continuing down the line, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
The executive assistant to city manager position, I'm still not convinced there. I've heard that one of my interests is having somebody oversee the San Bruno response. Like I've heard that it seems like somebody could be maintaining that a little bit better. Who's doing it now? I think that's it. As I'm looking at this small font on a screen, those are the ones I have now. I'll let my colleagues chime in where they'd like.
Okay, thank you. City manager.
Sure. We can respond to Councilmember Medina's questions. So I heard two questions there. One is with regard to parks maintenance workers and public works maintenance workers. Exactly with these restorations, what will be able to be accomplished that's not being accomplished now, as well as connected to maintenance of our medians. Should we want to outsource? And the comment that we have historically had a challenge keeping our medians up to let's just say the quality standard that both staff, council, and the public would want. So that's sort of a series of questions on maintenance workers, both parks and public works. And so I know that staff is present and can respond to those. The other question was with regard to the executive assistant to the city manager, in particular, duties such as oversight of SB response. I can take that one, and why don't I do that one really quick? Absolutely, Councilmember Medina is right that we do not have a person citywide that has corporate responsibility, if you will, for things like SB response, or things like corporate responsibility of our website, making sure that our website pages are up to date, or managing an interdepartmental team of the various individuals and departments that manage our website, or collaborating with a interdepartmental team of people that develop communications. All three of those responsibilities are not something that are appropriate for the executive assistant to the city manager position, but they are immediately appropriate to the executive assistant to the city manager. And all three of those are something that will be permanently assigned to the executive assistant, to the assistant to the city manager, which is really an analyst position. And so if I can pause there for a minute, and I know I've talked about this before. When I came to the city 3 years ago, next month, there were 4 authorized positions for the city manager's office. An assistant city manager, a assistant to the city manager, classic term in city manager office world, but that's an analyst level position, the city manager, and then an unfilled PIO. So 4 positions, only 3 filled. The assistant to the analyst was the analyst and the executive assistant, and frankly could never do analyst level duties because they were the executive assistant for the office. And so in restoring that 4th position, what I recommended to city council, I want to say in certainly in the 1920 and 2021 budget, is to not hire a PIO, but essentially underfill that with an executive assistant and allow that analyst to do analyst duties, which is essentially what we would have done pre-COVID, but we didn't fill that position. And what this position would allow us is it would allow that analyst position to be a true analyst in the city manager's office with corporate oversight of the things I mentioned and Councilmember Medina, the thing you mentioned, which is coordinating citywide SB response, citywide communications, citywide website, also managing interdepartmental projects, and being a true analyst. And then repurposing that fourth position that we have temporarily filled in the interim with a position transfer as an executive assistant to the office. So that's the explanation there. Happy to take any questions before we move to the parks and public works maintenance positions.
Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, I just have to apologize to everyone. My internet connection is really bad, so I've had my camera off throughout most of this tonight. My question is just in regards to the executive assistant to the city manager. If they're doing analyst level work, why not just call them an analyst?
So it is, I can't answer that from a city classification structure right now, just because off the top, I don't know if the compensation is exactly aligned to an analyst here. But what I would say is it is almost standard across city manager's office for that third level position down to be called an assistant to the. Oftentimes people that are in those roles see themselves as their career ladder being an assistant city manager and maybe a city manager. And so when you are in the manager's office, the analyst is often called the assistant to the. And it's sort of a ladder position in the career field. Because when you're in the city manager's office, it's sort of viewed as a higher level analyst because you have that corporate level responsibility and truly manage interdepartmental projects and oftentimes manage projects where the people doing the work may even be department directors. This position in particular also serves on our senior leadership team for the city, which includes all department heads, which a regular analyst in the city does not do. It's only department heads, this position, and our city clerk that serve on our senior leadership team for the city.
So can you say just one more time that the city manager's office, who you have now, not in acting positions, what the actual jobs are right now, and then what the proposal is?
3 field positions in the core city manager's office. Let me talk about that really quick. The city manager's office, which is the city manager's department, also has the division of human resources and the city clerk division. But in the core city manager's office, there are 3 positions. There is the city manager, the assistant city manager / chief people officer. If I had a whiteboard, I would map it out. And the assistant to the city manager. Those 3 positions. City manager, the seat that I currently occupy, our assistant city manager / chief people officer, actually holding a dual role as a assistant city manager number 2, and also as our HR director / chief people officer. I think it was back in the .com bust, Bruno eliminated its HR director position, and so for the last 10 or so years, the assistant city manager and the HR director have been one position. And then the third field funded position is the assistant to the, let's call it an analyst position. And that analyst position has also been the executive assistant for quite some time.
Through the mayor, for those who want to know, page 72 of our binders has the structure that the city manager just discussed.
I'm still unmuted yet. So when I had originally asked about this, I think one of the questions was around what it looks like now and what it's going to look like. And you're right, Councilmember Hamilton, that it's on 72. But I think the confusion is still when you say, assistant city manager / analyst, what is that in what we're looking at? What is that in the title?
Assistant to the city manager. I'm currently in the process of pulling up our budget, our proposed budget book, which has an organizational chart. So if it loads quickly, I will pull up the organizational chart that will articulate.
Good try, Tom.
Yeah, because in this org structure, when I had originally seen it, it has the Public Information Communications Officer, and that's why I had asked if we could see what positions we actually have versus what positions are being proposed. And I did see an email earlier on that. But to be honest, it just sounds a little heavy on the assistant side. And we just, I think I get concerned that, is there a way to, I don't know if I don't think the word share is necessarily the right word, but, there's just so many needs in the city. And it almost appears as if there's going to be 2 assistants to the city manager. And as opposed to having, if you're saying that it's like an analyst position, as opposed to just having an analyst position. And if the pay is different, then I think we need to look at that. If that's the work that's being done, we should be paying commensurate to the work being done.
Councilmember Mason, what I have up on the screen is the organizational chart that shows the frozen position, which is the Public Information Communication Office. Okay. This says assistant to the city managers, to the city manager, it's a classification title. This is the assistant city manager / chief people officer. So that position oversees HR, the city clerk's office, as well as assistant city manager duties. I totally understand what you're saying is that externally, executive assistant to the city manager, assistant to the city manager, assistant city manager seems like a lot of assistants to the CEO of the municipal corporation. With respect to changing the title of assistant to the city manager to an analyst position, what I want to do is sort of pause that conversation because that has a HR classification, a very detailed analysis on job duties and job classifications. What I would say is that that role, I do believe, in my professional opinion, is appropriate for the organization and commonplace in city manager offices to have that analyst assistant to the, it is very common. And to have an executive assistant, secretary, whatever you call the position in your organization, to the corporate executive office is also standard and commonplace. Due to budgetary cutbacks and other challenges that San Bruno has faced over time, evidenced by our assistant city manager, also serves as the HR director, we have made sort of decisions over time. The recommendation is to this frozen position that was funded in prior budgets, in the 1920 budget, we froze it for the current 2021, to underfill that position permanently and convert it with the cost savings to a executive assistant. Again, standard and commonplace for your executive office to have an executive assistant position as well as an analyst position.
Hey, you keep referring to it as an analyst position, but the position that's being proposed is assistant to the city manager, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The position that is being proposed, as in the budget book, is a executive assistant to the city manager. Executive assistant, like we have executive assistant to the public works director, executive assistant to ex-director. It's essentially a administrative role, which is what the PIO position is being converted to. It was my recommendation to the city council more than 2 years ago that given our structure, we do not need a full-time PIO. Today I handle those duties with the assistant city manager, and I think that is an appropriate structure for an organization our size. So I have never filled the PIO position in the last 3 years, even when it was funded. And so the request is to no longer have shown in the budget a public information officer, but instead convert that position to a administrative position, classification being an executive assistant. All of that is separate from the assistant to the city manager, which is, I'm saying analyst level position because that is what it's more closely aligned to. And I see our chief people officer giving me a nod. And so with her HR background, I want to turn it over to her because I think she has some comments to add to this conversation.
Thank you, city manager. Good evening, mayor and council. Just to clarify, the assistant to the city manager classification title, I realize that the term is a bit confusing, but if you survey the market, you'll find that that's actually a pretty common title, which is equivalent to what you would find as a principal management analyst. But in a city manager's office, the title for a professional level analyst is assistant to city manager. So in this organization, we have assistant to city manager, which serves as a principal analyst level classification. But what we don't have in the city manager's office currently is actually any administrative support. So what the city manager is proposing is to convert the public information officer budgeted but frozen position for the public information communications officer to the administrative support that the office actually desperately needs. In addition to the professional level analyst that we've had, but really has been stretched really thin, trying to perform professional level analyst work, but also taking on clerical tasks in support of the city manager's office for quite some time now. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I think, so I'm just, I should say this, that this is, I'm aware that some people are acting in these positions, and so this is nothing personal against their work. I wish we could actually have this conversation and not in this way, because I don't want to, my goal isn't to embarrass anybody. Everyone's doing a great job in these positions. When I'm looking at the budget, it just makes me wonder. For example, I look at public works, and the public works director has an executive assistant, the deputy director has a secretary, and the other deputy director also has an executive assistant. And I just worry that there's a lot of assistance as we get to directors. And I noticed the police has an analyst, which is more of what it sounds like the city manager wants. I just don't know if there's a way to have shared responsibilities amongst some of the, existing assistants to save that money for another position in one of the other departments that we've heard about this year.
Right. I would also remind, in a previous conversation, we're down quite a large number of positions across the city. And I think there was a slide in a previous conversation that showed from 2008, I think we were, I'm trying to remember the exact number of positions that 27 positions from last year that were down. many of the departments have really sacrificed over the years to really not be able to meet their service level expectations because we don't have the proper staffing levels.
Yeah, you know, if I can just add to that, it is absolutely true that some of our departments have some of our department heads have an administrative person, a secretary or an executive assistant. What your city manager's office does not have is a executive assistant or a secretary position. And so you've been utilizing a analyst type position, which means that it limits the analyst type the analytical ability of the city manager's office, and it means that we cannot keep up with the level of administrative work and constituent inquiries, which is why I think there's so many frustrations with constituent inquiries. And so what we've been able to do in the interim is transfer a position to sort of more appropriately build out the administrative capacity within the office. Totally a decision of the city council. I'm happy to answer any additional questions or provide any additional information. But at its core, the request is to restore partial funding, but actually not hire the public information officer and hire an executive assistant to support with those administrative tasks, constituent inquiries, actually responding to a lot of the council constituent inquiries that you get and you forward to the city manager's email address, that then that position communicates with the organization and filters back an answer both to council and to the constituents, and serving that truly administrative non-analyst role.
Okay, and just to be clear, pre-COVID though, there was an executive assistant or an administrative assistant from my recollection.
No, that's not accurate. There was a assistant to the city manager, an analyst position that was doing those duties, and so there was not and has not been a executive assistant in the city manager's office for quite some time, certainly not in the last 3 years when I've been here. And so you've had an analyst that was doing administrative functions.
Okay. I'll let the other council members share their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on one thing that was, and again, just historical perspective, in the police department, they used to have an executive assistant. So there was an executive assistant position that from Rhea to Leanne, and during tough times, Rhea departed, and that position became frozen. When that position then was reinstated, it now has current title today, but it always had been that way. So in candor, that is probably one department that the director or chief does not have executive assistant, but it did have that title of assistant. There used to be the secretary at the fire that was reclassified to today's title. But that's just a little bit of history. There was the executive assistant did function and had that title in the police department. Other questions from colleagues on the enhancement positions? Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. So, you know, having the benefit of having been around for a few years and kind of remembering some of the history, I do know that the council approved the PIO position because there was a strong interest at the time to increase the city's social media presence and to increase the communication coming out of City Hall and responding to residents' concerns. And even after we funded it, it was never filled. It sat empty for a while, and there's been a lot of reconfiguration. When I first got on the council, there was a city manager and her secretary. So it was two positions, and there's been a lot of evolution in that corner of City Hall over the years. And I think I would be amenable to letting the city manager decide how best to staff, assuming we can afford it. And as long as all of the original goals are being met that we initially proposed for these positions. So there was clearly a need. There were things that were not getting done that we had a strong interest in seeing those needs filled. And so if the city manager feels that this combination of people is going to get us to where we need to be, then I think I would be open to allowing him that flexibility. But we have seen some changes. Unfortunately, a lot of the changes that we saw over the past year were only due because of COVID and then because priorities were shifted. As we come out of it, there's going to be other demands, and so I would hate to see us move back to where we were rather than sort of building on the momentum that we have right now. So, because of that, I think I would be willing to allow that position to evolve as the city manager feels is needed.
And are there other positions that folks had questions or wanted more data or information or clarification? Councilmember Hamilton.
No, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents on that one. I'm also in the camp where I think we should allow the city manager to determine how best his office should be run. I appreciate that history on the PIO position, Councilmember Salazar. That's one of the things that I've discussed at length with the city manager since joining was our trying to improve our communications and social media presence, and clearly a dedicated position for that is not something that flies here for whatever reason. If it's gone unstaffed for so many years, and I would like to see that be a competency that is spread through the organization, with each of our departments, responsible for their own social media presence and taking the initiative to keep the public informed of our key initiatives and progress on our initiatives and how we're spending their money. Given all that, I'll say again, I'm supportive of allowing the city manager positions the way that they're outlined here.
Okay, are there other positions? Assuming the 22nd, there will be the final time to have a more detailed conversation, but I think this is to allow staff the opportunity to get clarification, bring back more information. Councilmember Hamilton.
So the only other one that I had on my list was one that we already know that we'll get information about it, and that was the Deputy Community Services Director. I'm just wondering how's that going to work? So if we're going to get that information offline, are we going to have to have that discussion on the same night we adopt the budget?
Great question. My hope would be that we would get, my expectation would be we'd get it prior to, but between now and then, I would think the 22nd would be the next time, unless city manager, please correct.
Yes, so staff is targeting to provide that memo to the city council on Monday. So this coming Monday, so it will be a little bit more than a week before June 22nd. We do not have a meeting scheduled, but why don't we provide that memo on Monday, and should there be a need for a council meeting. It would be a special meeting where we would only need 24 hours notice. And I think that may be the better way, given the totality of items that are on both the regular agenda on the 22nd, as well as all of the various budget actions that you'll be taking.
Thank you.
Are there any other colleagues that have positions or clarifications that they'd like to have more data on at this time? I'm just, again, just from, I'm going to just ask for clarity, City Manager, real quick, on the library services part-time and on the park, it was park services part-time, right? Is that seasonal or pages, or is that a more permanent type position?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have our director, Ann Matola, address that question, as well as there were the other questions with regard to the parks maintenance worker and the public works maintenance worker that were mentioned earlier. So Director Matola, can you answer the question that the mayor just asked, as well as parks maintenance worker?
Sure.
And then we'll have public works address the public works maintenance worker question.
Okay. All right. So for the library services, part-time personnel, that restores year-round to 30, I think it's to 38 hours. I unfortunately don't have those notes with me, but that is year-round. The park maintenance worker part-time, that's for the seasonal help that we typically have during the summer months, which is a very intensive use of our picnic sites and our different park areas. So it restores that. There was a question a little bit earlier just about the additional, I think it was Vice Mayor Medina was asking about the additional park maintenance worker. So
correct.
If I could just back up and just talk about what we lost to talk about what we can gain. So I guess it was about a year ago. There were 3 gentlemen that retired. They were on the park maintenance crew. At that time, we had, we're down to 10. That time we had 12 positions in park maintenance that were in the field. You have 2 for trees and you had 10 that were in park maintenance. We lost 3 that were dealing with the park maintenance, which left us with 7. So those 3 staff, they had kind of specialty areas. There was one staff that really all he dealt with was mowing. Another one who was pretty much our lead sprayer in all the parks. One of the things that he did was he would have a consistent circuit of hitting the medians, which really helped with a lot of the work, because you have one person that could be focused on and at least managing the weed abatement for the medians. And then the third of those that retired, he took his shift was flexed, so he was our weekend staff person. So those positions weren't filled. It happened to be during the pandemic, so things were a little bit quiet. People weren't really coming out of their house because you're checking to see what was happening. And so it was kind of an ease into this different shift of work. So what we're doing now is we're redistributing mowing, so every crew mows, like every person mows. It's not just one person that will use the mower. We've had to reassign the schedule. Instead of one person now being flexed to work over weekends, you have 2 different people. Somebody takes a Saturday, somebody takes a Sunday, so their weeks are shifted. I mean, and what that does, though, when you do that, you have certain days of the week we have less people. So those are things to think about, how we're down staffed kind of significantly than we were a year ago. They also, they all have their sprayer certifications, so that is a little bit more easier distributed in the park setting. But as far as the medians, that's a little bit of a different operation. So yes, we are getting behind on things. And there's no room, because we're just trying to keep up, there's really no room to be proactive. So that's why you'll see the enhancement. There's also an enhancement to increase some overtime. So at least when special projects come up that we really need to do, because it's a safety thing in a park, we can actually focus on doing that to make sure that it gets done. Everybody's stretched thin in the city. I completely understand that. But with the park maintenance staff, they have been out there. They took a couple of weeks off when everybody was trying to figure out what the protocols have been. They've been out there during the pandemic. As people were told, you can't do much, but you can go and use the out of doors. They've been out there. They've been keeping our parks safe. They've been keeping them clean. we're seeing now the impact to them just trying to keep up on the regular maintenance with 3 staff down. And so that one person, it's 40 extra staff hours a week that we can have in the parks to really help support that function. If it's of the interest to look at a different, I think Vice Mayor Bernardino, you mentioned outsourcing of the median strips. I don't think that's in lieu of, quite frankly, that function could use support. And from a best practices standpoint, typically in a parks maintenance division, particularly when you have aging infrastructure that we have, you do see specialized crews where you can have some, like a team dedicated to construction, which is going in, really just rehabbing all the stuff which is failing. We don't have that. All of our people, they're phenomenal, they're dedicated, they're all around staff, but they're really, I would like to say they're just keeping their head above water, but they're actually taking on water. But they still come to work every day. They're really trying to figure out how to get this done. But that extra 40 hours a week, we think will just really help us just keep our head above water.
And let me add a couple things for the city council. So with regard to median maintenance, one of the things that I can almost count on clockwork are the complaints about our medians when spring hits, because we have historically not had enough crews to truly keep up. And this will help because we had to cut back. In addition, one of the things that I know Ann is working on is creating a landscape palette for our parks and our medians, which will actually help as we have money to upgrade our medians to have more drought tolerant medians and landscape or medians that are not all landscaped or where you constantly have the weed intrusion. In addition, one of the things that we've talked about when we have more park maintenance staff is being able to do small scale projects to keep some of our aging infrastructure from becoming dilapidated infrastructure. We recently went to a few parks and there are some park benches that are a little worn, but they're not yet bad. And so pulling those benches out, having them painted, having them powder coated and putting them back in can actually extend the life versus sort of letting them get to a point to where they're dilapidated and we have to go with a full new park bench. And so with additional staff, we will have the ability to undertake efforts like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Public Works. I apologize.
Public Works maintenance worker, can I invite Deputy Director Dennis Baldwin to address that?
Good evening again, Council. So on the slide, you have 2 Public Works maintenance worker positions. One is restoring a frozen position in streets, and the second one is a position that will be obviously through this ARPA that is positioned to work with the before mentioned pothole repair truck and to respond to the cry for the residents' wish to have our streets made better. I will go to the first one, the unfrozen position. So the streets department, if we were to have this position reinstated, it's only really 4 people. There's a 0.6 of a lead worker, so he kind of helps out, but we've been operating on basically 3 workers and a lead worker. Much like we've said before, and just for the amount of time I've worked for the city and what I've seen, I mean, we have over 7,000 signs. We have hundreds of street poles. We get USA outside, we call them gig tickets, but basically when someone a contractor comes through town and they want to do some work, we have to respond and mark our utilities. We have to, we do maintenance, we clean San Mateo Avenue, and all of those things, plus working on hopefully the pothole repair truck, responding to or the thermoplastic trailer that we put that we use to mark our lanes and our stop line limits, the painting that we do for red zones, much like when hopefully someday when we return to having the Posey Parade, we go out and we do the entire route. So basically that position that we're requesting to be unfrozen would go back to doing all those things. Much like Director Matola said, similar, taking on water, almost to a point, I don't want to say drowning, but that was all before even when San Bruno Responds was put on. So anything that San Bruno Responds puts on, they also have to respond to that too. So those would be all of the tasks that the staff would, or this position would go back to doing and was doing before it was frozen. The going to the position that for the to hopefully work with the pothole patching truck, that'll be a position where that person would work on that truck. And if someone is unfortunately, if they're not at work, day off, or injured, because those things happen, we need to, that hurts overall responsiveness and productivity. So basically this person would work to help all of those things. So if you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them.
Not seeing any in regards to Mr. Bosch's comments. I had one on the senior building inspector on demand. Obviously, that I get the reason is that going to be ongoing. Is this the position that's currently vacant?
Sure. Director Wu, will you address that? From the on-call building inspector role, both and mention the current recruitment for the CBO.
Of course. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. So the senior building inspector will be in addition to the current 2 inspectors CED has right now, anticipating a large volume of construction activities coming to our department. I can name a few: YouTube, Amazon, the large housing projects. So this senior building inspector will be fully funded by the development, given the volume and the needs. This will be a supplement by the a consultant that's currently working for the city. And as City Manager Grogan mentioned, the department is also actively recruiting a chief building official. Right now, we have been staffed by a outside consultant who's helping the city to perform those tasks.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from colleagues at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Is there any? I have a final comment, but are there any final comments then to anything else for tonight in preparation for whatever, if you have something, so, please forward it to staff so that they can put it together. Councilmember Hamilton.
Just a very quick comment, just acknowledging the enormity of this entire effort and the amount of work that it took for everyone to put this together, and conveying my thanks as the first time through this, getting this and reading it and now kind of understanding most of it was quite a journey, and I appreciate everybody's hard work.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Because I'm gonna finish off with my comments. I'm gonna adjourn. So, is there anything else from anyone else? Okay, not seeing that. The only thing I wanted to say, and I didn't say it last night, I said I would say it tonight, it's in regards to Measure G. I know that that's been modified for all of us saying what we wish. I just also want us to realize, and I think it was brought up tonight, is that it had other areas, whether it was fire mitigation, right, whether it was police patrols. I think as we're looking at possibly adopting on the 22nd, to, I'll say, hire those frozen positions. It doesn't, though it's good news, and thanks that we have some opportunities to do it, it doesn't really put us back to where we were. It doesn't, for example, put the police department back to where they were. That goes back over a decade ago or even further back. And so it's basically trying to get back where they were, and yet we're still behind. And I know as we start to, development occurs in our community, and as different things happen in our community, and the way crime is here or there, I think we have to understand too, at some point, these funds may and are going to be used to help ensure that. I think one of the most critical things is that with all the other amenities that we offer, just being at San Bruno City Park today, doing some walks with gentleman I went to high school with. I mean, he's not from San Bruno, but to him, this park was great. I mean, this is a great amenity, and that's why he walks here and not in his city. So I just want us to realize that some of the positions that we've had in parks or in police have diminished, and really those are critical services, because I think what's critical in our community is we want to make sure that we're safe, and that we have the services and the staff that are well trained, and they have the equipment they need. And at some point, going on this process to 25, 26, it doesn't look like we're making headway, but we're bringing in larger population. We've had sometimes less or maintain the fire department, or we have less police, or we have less on the street. So I just want that to be mindful to us as a council, that we have to make wise decisions, but we also have to be willing that Measure G was also available and intended to ensure the protection of our community. So that's what I wanted to share yesterday, but I think we're all on track with that. I also want to thank Councilmember Hamilton said to the staff, because you keep in mind the finance department that you didn't see. Some of them have been on the line this entire time for the sessions, and it does take a lot of work behind the scenes to do all this. It's an arduous process. Maybe one day we can get back to where we budget for 2 years. We once did that. I'm sure staff would appreciate that. Maybe not now, but maybe in the future. So with that said, thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Department Heads. Thank you, Finance. Thank you to everybody who has been with us and sat through these proceedings. So with that, we will go ahead and adjourn to the next. And thank you, City Attorney. I know you didn't need to say anything, but thank you for clicking on. We will go ahead and adjourn this meeting to the next regular City Council scheduled meeting, which will be June 22nd at 7 p.m. via Zoom. Good night, everyone.